Chapter 342. Old Jew, we can't beat him, but it's impossible for us to give up on so many artifacts. Let's join hands and take some of them, then retreat. Ghost Bear had to admit that Yi Chen's strength was above his and Old Jew's. If Yi Chen were to be ranked among the top 10 astral-reaching realm sword artists, he would be at least number 3. The thought of retreating appeared in his mind. All right. Old Jew was a peak astral-reaching expert, after all. Although Yi Chen was powerful, it wouldn't be that easy for him to kill them. He and Ghost Bear had only suffered some light injuries. The two didn't cultivate the same type of Zhen Yuan, but at this moment, the powerful Zhen Yuan flow still forced Yi Chen to retreat. Rise! Zhen Yuan turned into a huge hand, and the two each grabbed a piece of broken mud, which was about 20% of the total amount. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the mid-grade artifacts in the mud. He yelled, "Stay!" The sword light slashed through, and small pieces of mud fell down along with 4 or 5 fingers of Zhen Yuan. Damn! Let's go! With their harvest reduced by half, Ghost Bear and Old Zhu were furious, but what could they do? Yi Chen's strength was right there, and he also knew the fast and slow mentality. It was not very realistic for them to join hands. If they continued to fight, the situation would be very unfavorable for them. Shwa, shwa, a shadow flashed through, and the two escaped. They are weaker than me. 1-on-1 or 2-on-1, I would not be afraid. But it would be hard to kill them. Top astral-reaching realm warriors are not that easy to kill. Even if I perform the 8th movement of the Green Lotus sword art, the Green Lotus sprouting, it would only wound them a bit more, which would expose my ace card for no reason. Yi Chen did not chase after them, since it was more important to check the remaining 80% of the weapons first. Wrapping the mud with Zhen Yuan, Yi Chen exerted his strength. With a crashing sound, the mud shattered and all sorts of artifacts fell onto the ground, forming a pile. No need to look at the low-grade artifacts. Put them away first. Yi Chen was concerned about the mid-grade artifacts. Low-grade artifacts were no different from low-grade spirit stones to him, and were considered his personal wealth. After putting away the low-grade artifacts, all that remained were mid-grade artifacts. There were 7 of them in total. A mid-grade treasure sword. Yi Chen immediately saw the black, sheathless, heavy sword among the 7 mid-grade treasured weapons. But in the next moment, Yi Chen was dumbfounded. The black, heavy sword fell into his hands, and as soon as he poured his true essence into it, the heavy sword collapsed into a brilliant light. Too much time has passed. Even the middle-grade swords have decayed. Yi Chen was very regretful. Aside from the black, heavy sword, there were 4 other mid-grade artifacts that had decayed. Counting all of them, there were only 2 mid-grade artifacts that could actually be used. If nothing unexpected happened, then the low-grade artifacts would have decayed even more. After all, in terms of durability, low-grade artifacts were much worse than mid-grade artifacts. The 2 usable mid-grade artifacts were the golden gauntlets and the eyebrows iron staff. The golden gauntlets were perfect for Su Jing, so Yi Chen planned to leave them for her. Once she reached the astral-reaching realm, she would not need to look for a suitable mid-grade artifact anymore. After checking everything, Yi Chen let out a breath. There were still too few sword artists on this true spirit continent, and mid-grade great swords were relatively rare as well. Among the top 6 ranked 6 martial institutions, only the Fire Spirit Palace seemed to have a weapon master who knew how to make great artifacts. He had never heard of any master from the Fire Spirit Palace having a mid-grade great artifact, and even a lot of the inner masters did not have one. It was not hard to imagine how hard it would be to make one. Most of the time, it could only be provided for a small number of people. With a mid-grade greatsword, I would have a higher chance of killing a top astral-reaching realm warrior. It would be a necessity for me, right now. A thought flashed through his mind as Yichen flew deeper into the ground. Damn, all of them are useless. Only one low-grade artifact is still intact. Somewhere in the complicated tunnel, Ghost Bear cursed. Old Ju's expression was also not that good. This time, not only did he not get any mid-grade artifacts, even the low-grade ones that he got were basically useless. Ghost Bear, I have to admit that we have been messed up this time. I wonder where that brat came from, Old Ju said with a low voice. Putting away the only intact low-grade artifact, Ghost Bear said with hatred, no matter who he is, he has messed with me. I will make him die sooner or later. Die? Without a body? You? Old Ju said with a sarcastic tone. Ghost Bear stared at him. What? You dare to look down on me? Don't forget that he is only around 20 years old. If I have guessed it right, this brat should be Yichen, who was famous in the Hidden Dragon Ancient City 2 years ago, among all the contestants. Only that Yichen has the same age as this brat. We all know Sikong Sheng, and he is even older. Besides him, there are not many young warriors who could make it. Yichen? The Yichen who was able to fight against early astral-reaching realm warriors when he was only at late clasping Yuan realm? Ghost Bear was a bit surprised. There were a lot of astral-reaching realm warriors that went to the Hidden Dragon Ancient City, but compared to all the astral-reaching realm warriors in the whole South Rudra region, it was not even 1/10 of them. Therefore, there were a lot of people who did not know about Yichen. Most of them had only heard of his name. Right then, hearing Old Ju, Ghost Bear also thought that this person must be Yichen, the martial genius who had made all the other martial geniuses in the whole South Rudra region pale. Think about it. He is only at mid-astral reaching realm, and he already has the power to beat us. If he continues to improve, then even extreme astral reaching realm warriors might not be able to beat him. Ghost Bear controlled his anger. Old Ju, what do you think we should do? We can't just take a loss and pretend that nothing happened. Ghost Bear, am not that stupid. No need to rush. Even if we rush, it will not help. The most important thing right now is to increase our power. Once we have a good mid-rank artifact, we can discuss how to deal with him. Ghost Bear lacked a mid-rank defensive artifact, while Old Ju did not even have one. But he had reached the peak level late astral reaching realm longer than Ghost Bear, so his Zhenyuan was more abundant. His achievement in the poetic perspective was also higher than Ghost Bear's. Therefore, judging on overall power, the two were almost the same. Wow, you two must be escaping from a disaster, right? Looks so messed up. A sword light flashed past from the top of the tunnel as a human figure flew down. Blood sword. Old Ju's pupils shrank. Even top astral reaching realm warriors had different levels. For example, Yichen was one of the more powerful top astral reaching realm warriors, and this blood sword was also one of them. Blood sword glanced at Ghost Bear and Old Ju, feeling a bit surprised. The two had blood stains on them, and their clothes were torn. They must have been through a huge battle, but it seemed like the battle was not between the two of them. Otherwise, they would not need to stand together and talk. Who had wounded them? The strength of these two people was only slightly inferior to his. Blood sword, you have both a mid-rank defensive artifact and a mid-rank attacking artifact. It seems like there is no need for you to come here, right? Ghost Bear looked at Blood Sword with fear. Blood Sword chuckled. I have nothing better to do, so I came here to kill some people. You two, please be careful. If I run into you alone, I might kill you. Hunting top astral reaching realm warriors must be interesting. Although you are more powerful than us, it is impossible for you to kill us. Plus, there is still Master Blood Demon in the grave. I don't think I need to explain his power, right? It would be extremely difficult for top astral reaching realm warriors to kill warriors at the same level. It was an undeniable fact. Therefore, top astral reaching realm warriors all had a certain pride. They would not give in to anyone, and it would be impossible for them to be afraid of anyone. My sword art has improved recently, and I am looking for someone to test it on. I will fight with Master Blood Demon sooner or later. You too, goodbye. A blood shadow flashed, and Blood Sword disappeared from their sight. Let's go as well. The two did not say anything about separating. For them, working together would be better than fighting alone. One was Yi Chen, one was Blood Sword, and the other was Master Blood Demon. All of them were powerful figures. There were countless underground passages in the mass grave, and it was 100 times more complicated than an ant's nest. Because it was too complicated, there would be human warriors who would choose to open up new passages at any time, making the underground environment even more complicated and confusing. It was impossible to tell which passage was which. Boom. An explosion sound was heard from deep underground. There is fighting sound and the chi vibration of a mid-rank artifact. It is so powerful. What kind of mid-rank artifact is this? Yichen was shocked. He took out his long sword and cut open the ground under his feet. He then activated his protective Zhenyuan and rushed down. 2,000 meters underground, 5 to 6 people were battling. Bastard, we found this sword first. Piss off. Who do you think you are? Treasures belong to the right people. You guys do not deserve it. You are looking for death. Kill. I am afraid of you. Kill them. All of the people battling were late astral reaching realm warriors. There were only 2 of them, but there was a top astral reaching realm warrior among them. He was fighting against 3 of them and was not at a disadvantage at all. Swoosh! The tunnel above them cracked open, and a blue shadow fell down. It was indeed Yi Chun. His eyes scanned through the 2 battling parties and landed on a blood-red rock. There was a sword hilt on the surface of the rock, and the chi vibration of a mid-rank artifact was coming from it. The chi vibration is 3 times more powerful than a normal mid-rank artifact. It must be a top-rank artifact. No, it is said that top-rank artifacts will have a strange phenomenon. Although the chi vibration of this sword is powerful, it does not have any strange phenomenon. It should be a special mid-rank greatsword. Yi Chen's eyes were burning with passion. Crack! The tunnel nearby shattered all of a sudden, and a man in black robes with a ghost face mask walked out. Behind him were the man in blood robes and a top-rank blood demon. It's you. The man in black robes immediately noticed Yi Chen and said hatefully. Yi Chen's expression was indifferent. Ghost corpse man, long time no see. This time, no one can save you. What a big tone. You even dare to speak arrogantly in front of me, Master Blood Demon. Master Blood Demon had guessed Yi Chen's identity. His face was full of disdain as he caressed the storage ring on his right hand with his left hand, as if Yi Chen was already his prey. So, you are Master Blood Demon. I have long wanted to meet you. Also, many thanks for your minor blood demon body, separating great art. It has helped me a lot. Chapter 343. Master Blood Demon froze, then turned his head and asked Corpse Man, Corpse Man, what's going on? What does my minor blood demon body, separating great technique, have to do with him? Good kid, you're indeed not afraid of death. Corpse Man was inwardly startled by Yi Chen's courage and replied, You still don't know? He cultivates the minor blood demon body, separating great technique you created. If not for this secret skill, he would have died in my hands long ago. You lost in his hands. Master Blood Demon finally understood what was going on. No wonder Corpse Man didn't stay in Windy Nation and ran to the Blood Demon battlefield. It turned out that he was beaten out by someone else. As for the minor Blood Demon bodies separating great technique, he had once taught it to a few of his subordinates. 2 of them had been killed, so Yichen must have obtained it from them. Or perhaps they were killed by someone else. And Yichen killed that person. Narrowing his eyes, Master Blood Demon's tone was indifferent. Kid, are you going to kill yourself, or do you want me to capture you and feed you to my Blood Demon doppelganger? You don't seem to have the qualifications. At this moment, Yichen could be considered as a tycoon among astral reaching experts. In the past, Corpse Man and Master Blood Demon were legends to him. He could still clearly remember that moment of horror when he saw the 5 ghosts carrying the coffin. But now, even Corpse Man had been defeated by him. If one were to talk about legends, then he himself was a legend. Ha! I don't have the qualifications. Master Blood Demon seemed to have heard something funny and started to laugh in a strange manner. Who was he? He was the peak battle strength of the 108 ghost generals of the 9 ghost cult. He had once participated in the extermination of a 6th grade sect, slaughtering a large number of 6th grade sect elders. In terms of battle strength, under Sea of Soul Realm, those stronger than him could be counted on one hand. There was a period of time when his name could stop a child from crying. It was a synonym for terror. Who would have thought that the current young generation wouldn't take him seriously? How could he not laugh? However, the killing intent in his laughter made Corpse Man's pupils shrink. He actually dared to anger Master Blood Demon. This kid really doesn't know how the word death is written. In terms of terror, Master Blood Demon is one of the few ghost generals. As one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 ghost cult, the Corpse Man was very clear about the characteristics of the other ghost warriors. Excluding the top 3 super horrifying ghost warriors, the Blood Demon would definitely be in the top 5, just like the Soundwave Ghost General. When he went crazy, he would be able to kill gods and demons. My God, it's Master Blood Demon. Quick, take the treasured sword and run. As soon as Yi Chun, Master Blood Demon, and the others appeared, the people who were fighting immediately split up. One of them was very agile, rolling up the rock with the sword in it and running away. Courting death, the Blood Demon doppelganger beside Master Blood Demon turned into a blood-colored light and pounced forward. The blood light pierced through the body of a slightly weaker late astral-reaching expert like a hot knife through butter, appearing in front of him at an astonishing speed. Get lost! The man punched out, causing the void to tremble. Unfortunately, the Blood Demon doppelganger didn't fight him head-on. Its body elongated like a blood-red cloth, wrapping around the opponent and tightening abruptly. Creak! The protective Zhun Yuan warped and deformed. The corrosive Blood Demon Zhun Yuan invaded, turning into fine needles and piercing into the opponent's head. The plump skin and flesh shriveled at an unimaginable speed. Losing control, the powerful protective Zhun Yuan naturally lost control and immediately dissipated. With a ripping sound, the blood-colored light entered the opponent's body. By the time the Blood Demon doppelganger came out, the man had already turned into a skeleton wrapped in a layer of skin. His flesh and essence yuan had been cleanly devoured. Jie, licking his lips with his blood-red tongue, the Blood Demon doppelganger let out a strange laugh. Yichen looked on with cold eyes. Even if these people were alive, they wouldn't help him. Therefore, whether they died or not didn't affect him in the slightest. He was more than happy to let the Blood Demon doppelganger kill them. Master Blood Demon, you're too tyrannical. I, Zhang Xian, have never offended you, nor do we have any conflicts of interest. Why did you kill him? Among the 6, only one dared to speak to Master Blood Demon in such a manner. It was that peak astral reaching expert, Zhang Xian. Although he was apprehensive of Master Blood Demon's strength, he didn't believe that Master Blood Demon could do anything to him. In a one-on-one battle, he was confident that he could escape with some injuries. Master Blood Demon shot a glance at him. What? You're not convinced? Leave the sword, and you can scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Merciless? I'd like to see how you're going to stop me. Zhang Xian coldly snorted. His Zhenyuan turned into a huge hand and grabbed the blood-red rock. In order to save time, he didn't immediately put it into his storage ring. Instead, he charged at the blood demon doppelganger. This series of actions was completed in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. The blood demon doppelganger's mouth suddenly opened, and a strange scene occurred. His mouth seemed limitless, expanding to several meters in size before swallowing Zhang Xian. Insignificant skill. Break. An arc of light flickered in the void, and a hole was torn open in the blood demon doppelganger's mouth. Dark red blood splattered everywhere, sprinkling on the surface of the passage, producing sizzling sounds of corrosion. Corpse Ghost, you go kill the others. Master Blood Demon said to Corpse Man, then coldly looked at Yi Chen. Kid, stay here and don't move. If you move, I'll chop off one of your legs. If you don't move, perhaps I'll let you live. After speaking, the air turned fuzzy and Master Blood Demon disappeared. Pung! In the next moment, Master Blood Demon and Zhang Xian exchanged blows. The result was that Zhang Xian was blown back, and the blood-red rock fell to the ground. Just as Master Blood Demon was about to grab the rock and throw it into his storage ring, a figure flickered, and the rock disappeared. Kid, you're courting death. Master Blood Demon was fuming with anger. How could he not know that the one who made the move was none other than Yi Chen? Master Blood Demon, you don't have the qualifications to order me. Right now, I want to kill Corpse Man. Who can stop me? After seizing the blood-red rock, Yi Chen didn't bother with Master Blood Demon anymore. He turned around and rushed toward Corpse Man. His shadow separation light art made his figure seem like a ghost. Bastard, do you think I, Corpse Man, am a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered by you? Corpse Man thought that Yi Chen's battle strength wasn't much different from before, and only his cultivation base was a bit stronger. Therefore, he wasn't the least bit worried about his life. Green Lotus Mountain Splitter. The sword light imprinted with the sky creation green lotus split the passage and slashed toward Corpse Man. Break for me. With a shriek, Corpse Man smashed the golden skull on the sword light. Rumble! A frightening shockwave radiated in all directions, piercing through countless passages nearby. The hard soil was blown away like weathered sand. Impossible. His battle strength can't be this powerful. The golden skull flew out of Corpse Man's hand, and he shot backward like a broken sack. His broken body pierced through layer after layer of soil. Die! Yi Chen chased after him, performing the 7th movement of his Green Lotus sword art, Green Lotus Sky. All of the moving sand and rocks floated in the air, losing all of their momentum. The Corpse Man's flying speed suddenly decreased drastically as he sank into the mud and could not control himself. Brat, you've angered me. Master Blood Demon's face was frighteningly gloomy. He tossed aside Zhang Xian and chased after Yi Chen. Zhang Xian didn't dare to provoke the furious Master Blood Demon, but the death of his subordinates made him very angry. He didn't get the sword and had caused a lot of trouble. Leaving in a cowardly manner wasn't his style. His eyes turned, and his gaze fell on the Blood Demon doppelganger. Since he couldn't beat Master Blood Demon, eradicating his doppelganger would be a great thing. In any case, if it was one-on-one Almost no peak astral reaching expert could kill him. Rip! The arcs of light crisscrossed, enveloping the blood demon doppelganger within. The blood demon doppelganger was a great helper of Master Blood Demon. Its battle strength was very close to peak high-grade blood demons. However, a gap was a gap. Under Zhang Xian's all-out attack, the doppelganger was chopped miserably, letting out strange cries. If not for high-grade blood demons' exceptionally tenacious vitality, which allowed them to be dismembered, the doppelganger would have long since died under Zhang Xian's hands. I'm going to die from anger. On the way, Master Blood Demon heard the doppelganger's miserable cries. His heart was filled with fury, almost driving him insane. His soaring blood chi was even more frightening than peak high-grade blood demons. The soil above his head was corroded, forming a huge hole with debris falling down. I'll kill that kid first, then kill this person. Knowing which was more important, Master Blood Demon held back his desire to kill Zhang Xian and continued chasing after Yi Chun. Tang Shui, save me! In front of him, Corpse Man was terrified. It originated from the fear of death. He had traveled unhindered in South Rudra region for many years, and everyone knew that he was cruel and frightening. Who would have thought that he, who was cruel to begin with, was extremely afraid of death? From a dead man to a living man, he treasured his life very much. Yi Chun, who seemed to be in his 20s, was like a fiend. Under the activation of his sword intent, all distracting thoughts seemed to have been erased. His emotionless eyes were fixated on Corpse Man. You're known as Corpse Man. Today, I'll turn you into a real ghost. With a slash of the Star Scar sword, a fist-sized green lotus tore through the air and rapidly pierced through Corpse Man's face, coming out from the back of his head. The life aura in Corpse Man's eyes disappeared, and he smashed into the soil with a bang. Kid, I'll skin you alive. Master Blood Demon caught up. Raising his hand, 5 blood-red streaks shot out. Turning around, he raised his sword to block. Pung! The blood-red streaks scattered, and Yi Chun retreated 3 steps. That kid is powerful. He blocked Master Blood Demon's attack. Blood Demon Doppelganger was extremely hard to kill. Zhang Xian attacked while observing Master Blood Demon's situation. Seeing Yi Chun block Master Blood Demon's furious attack, he was quite astonished. Activating his Zhen Yuan to disperse the blood chi on the Star Scar sword, Yi Chun raised his eyes. Master Blood Demon, don't think too highly of yourself. Your era has long passed. Very well, I'll let you know the consequences of being arrogant. In the future, you'll spend your days howling in grief. Those who offend me, Master Blood Demon, will find it hard to die even if they want to. Master Blood Demon laughed out of extreme anger. His storage ring flickered with a dim light, and a blood-red stick appeared in his hand. This stick was thick at the front and narrow at the back. At the end, several blood-red ribbons were coiled around it. These ribbons danced on their own, like tentacles. Chapter 344. Brat, die for me! The blood-red stick in Master Blood Demon's hand was a mid-grade artifact. As those tentacle-like ribbons streaked across the air was cut open, issuing a strange buzzing sound. As Master Blood Demon poured his Zhen Yuan into it, a blood-red halo appeared on the tip of the stick, and it heavily attacked toward Yi Chun. So strange. It can affect people's minds and make them confused. Yi Chun squinted his eyes. The buzzing sound of the ribbons cutting through the air even made him feel a bit scared. It should be known that his current sword intent was enough to contend against a normal complete sword intent. No distractions would arise, and no evils would invade. In other words, Master Blood Demon's achievements in the demonic Tao were absolutely frightening. Without any thoughts, Yi Chen's sword greeted the blood-red stick. Bang! The blood-red stick was much heavier than metal. As soon as the Star Scar sword slashed at it, It felt like it was slashing at a metal mountain. The powerful impact crazily surged forth, and Yichen couldn't stop his body. He was forced to take 5 steps back, and the hard soil was turned into dust. Meanwhile, Master Blood Demon also took 3.5 steps back. My full power attack in my normal state only made him take 5 steps back. Moreover, it seems like he has the advantage of a mid-grade artifact. Master Blood Demon angrily looked at Yichen. He was in his normal state, but Yichen was also in his normal state. If the weapons in their hands were the same, he wouldn't have the confidence to make Yichen take 5 steps back, even though each of the latter steps had turned the ground into dust. You take my sword as well. His right foot stomped on the ground, creating a hole. Yichen held his sword with one hand and thrust out, using the lone peak kill that he hadn't used in a long time. Not good. Master Blood Demon could tell that this sword contained the killing mentality. The killing mentality contained many different mentalities, such as speed and distance. Under this sword, it immediately gave rise to an illusion. The sword light was clearly right in front of his eyes, but he still felt that it was far away. Roar. At this moment, blocking was clearly a bad idea. Master Blood Demon's throat swelled, and his Zhen Yuan condensed into an illusory skull. Along with his roar, the skull exploded with a frightening sound wave. The sound wave was gray-black in color, and it swept out like a wave, radiating in all directions. It's that sound wave technique again. Yichen had seen it once from the corpse man, so he hurriedly pulled back his sword and retreated, using his green lotus Zhen Yuan to protect his entire body from being injured by the sound wave. Buzz. The speed of sound was the speed of sound, but under the stimulation of Zhen Yuan, the sound wave released by Master Blood Demon had clearly surpassed the speed of sound by several times. The hard soil vibrated at an abnormal frequency, disintegrating on its own. In terms of lethality, the sound wave released by Corpse Man could not be compared to Master Blood Demon at all. We can't stay here for long. It's better to leave. The range of the sound wave was very wide. Zhang Xian was only several hundred meters away from the two. His qi and blood were boiling from the sound wave, and his chest felt like vomiting. Even if it were to happen a few more times, he wouldn't dare to guarantee that he wouldn't suffer any internal injuries. Not caring about killing the blood demon doppelganger, whose blood light had dimmed, Zhang Xian slashed apart the doppelganger and fled towards the nearby passage. Master Blood Demon had already classified Yichen as a great enemy. He didn't care about Zhang Xian's departure in the slightest. Moreover, even if he did care, he could still kill Yichen and then kill Zhang Xian. Just now, Yichen's sword strike had made him feel a trace of threat. Fortunately, he had exchanged the great blood demon body separating great technique with the sound wave ghost general. Unlike Corpse Man, Master Blood Demon had already cultivated the ghost roar technique to an extremely high realm, only slightly inferior to the sound wave ghost general. Under this roar, even peak astral reaching experts would have their qi and blood flow reverse, suffering some light injuries. However, it was a pity that Yichen was completely unscathed. In terms of Zhen Yuan purity, there are very few astral reaching experts that can surpass me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to block this sound wave. After entering mid-astral reaching realm, Yichen's Zhen Yuan was more than twice as pure as when he defeated Corpse Man. Therefore, even if Master Blood Demon's Ghost Roar technique was more powerful, it couldn't injure him. Demon Morning Wind Rod. His body rising from the ground, a blood-red flame ignited on Master Blood Demon's body. The blood-red flame adhered to the rod, condensing into blood-red skulls. These skulls were densely packed, covering the entire rod as they opened their mouths and roared simultaneously. Rumble! The air collapsed, and a large spatial crack pervaded the air. Accompanying the crack was the rod with the blood-red skulls. The heavy rod ignored the distance between the two and fiercely smashed over. What a powerful killing move! Sky-shattering clouds. Zigzagging lightning erupted, and a cyan flame ignited on Yi Chen's body. His sword struck the center of the rod without any deviation. Creak! The shockwave exploded in an instant, and the Starscar sword in Yi Chen's hand distorted for a split second, folding like a ripple. Not good. The Starscar sword is reaching its limit. Although a low-grade artifact was exceptionally tenacious and could endure the infusion of Zhen Yuan, it had experienced many big and small battles ever since it followed Yi Chen. Among them, there was no lack of evenly matched, bitter, and bloody battles. For example, the previous confrontation with Ice Blade could be considered a battle where defeat was turned into victory. However, the current situation was different. As Yi Chen entered mid-astral reaching realm, his Zhen Yuan became increasingly pure and more tyrannical, and the Starscar sword itself was under a lot of pressure. After exchanging blows with the infamous Master Blood Demon several times, the Starscar sword finally couldn't bear the burden and showed signs of breaking. Seeing Yi Chen's embarrassment, Master Blood Demon laughed. "Kid, artifacts are also a part of strength. Die." Bang, bang, bang. Holding the blood-red rod, Master Blood Demon smashed at Yi Chen again and again. Each strike was as heavy as a mountain, forcing Yi Chen to meet force with force. Green Lotus Chi transformation. An illusory green lotus appeared, and hundreds of sword chi shot out like the spikes of a hedgehog, forming a black mass. Useless. Break for me. It was impossible for Master Blood Demon to give up such a good opportunity. The blood-red rod crazily swept out. Before the sword chi could even approach, they were shattered into nothingness. Break. Swish. Taking a step forward, Master Blood Demon suddenly appeared 5 steps in front of Yi Chen and smashed his rod over. Creak. Tiny cracks appeared on the Starscar sword, and a teeth-numbing metallic sound rang out. In the next moment, thousands of fragments exploded. The Starscar sword was shattered. Haha, a sword artist has lost his sword. Let's see how you contend against me. Master Blood Demon was incomparably carefree. He had roamed the South Rudra region for many years, and it wasn't that he hadn't fought against peak sword artists. He was very clear that once a sword artist lost their sword, their battle strength would be reduced by at least 50%. The reason for this was precisely the sword intent. Only by attaching the sword intent to the sword could it display its greatest might. Without the sword intent was equivalent to being crippled. At most, it could increase the offensive power of Zhen Yuan. The air was torn apart, and the bloodlight hacked toward Yi Chen's head. That tentacle-like ribbon was even more frightening than a sharp blade. Even if the rod couldn't hit Yi Chen, a single scratch from the ribbon would cause his head to break. At this moment, having lost his sword, it wouldn't be that easy for Yi Chen to receive Master Blood Demon's attack from a distance. Chi, chi, chi. Yi Chen's expression was grave and stern. Both of his hands flicked, and 3 green lotus sword chi shot through the air. What? Sword chi aroused from within his body? Withdrawing the rod, 2 of the sword chi were annihilated. The remaining sword chi coiled around Master Blood Demon's neck, letting out hissing sounds. Extinguish! Master Blood Demon thought that the sword chi aroused from within his body wouldn't be that powerful, so he attacked the sword chi with his bare hands. Blood splashed everywhere. Master Blood Demon let out a muffled groan. Good kid, wait till I take you down. I'll make sure you won't be able to live or die. Even the bones of his left hand could be seen. Yi Chen's green lotus sword chi was like a saw blade. Not only did it cut open his protective Zhen Yuan, it even left a bloody sword mark on his palm. Originally, if Master Blood Demon was a bit more cautious, he might not be injured even if he attacked the sword Qi with his bare hands. However, he had treated this sword Qi as an ordinary sword Qi. Green Lotus sword Qi is limited. Even if I arouse it completely, it won't be able to injure Master Blood Demon. Seems like I'll have to use the mid-grade sword inside the blood red rock. I hope it's not trash. Yichen was very worried. He was worried that he would obtain a piece of trash that couldn't bear the infusion of Zhen Yuan. In that case, he would have no choice but to retreat. He was not arrogant enough to contend against Master Blood Demon empty-handed. The storage ring flickered with a dim light, and the blood-red rock appeared in Yi Chen's hand. At this moment, Master Blood Demon approached and smashed his rod. Holding the sword hilt on the surface of the rock, Yi Chen welcomed the attack. Kacha! The blood-red rock exploded, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. Hum! Abruptly, a sword hum resounded, and a dazzling three-colored splendor filled the air, dazzling Master Blood Demon and Yi Chen's eyes. A pressure 3 times more powerful than an ordinary mid-grade artifact erupted. Damn it! This mid-grade artifact is not ordinary. Even if it's not an upper-grade artifact, it's not far from it. Master Blood Demon couldn't see through the details of the sword in Yi Chen's hand. He thought hatefully. At the same time, his attacks became even more ferocious, each of them fatal. Yi Chen shot a glance. The sword scabbard was simple and unadorned. The 3-colored splendor was emitted from the body of the sword when it was pulled out. However, this 3-colored splendor was a bit special. It seemed to be superimposing on top of each other, not fusing with each other. There are 3 sword hilts. Yi Chen was astonished, but the situation before his eyes didn't allow him to think. With a swipe of his finger, a deep blue sword light soared into the sky, blocking Master Blood Demon's attack. Thunder attribute, mid-grade swords. There are 2 more inside. Yi Chen finally understood what was going on. There were actually 3 swords inside the scabbard, and the one he had just pulled out was only one of them. However, none of this was important. What was important was that the sword was not trash. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to block Master Blood Demon's full power attack. Sky-shattering clouds. Holding the deep blue sword in his hand, Yi Chen circulated his Zhen Yuan and slashed out with the sky-shattering clouds, which contained the intent of thunder and clouds. The air became chaotic as a half-meter thick and dozens of meters long thunderbolt shot out. Its frightening might was several times more ferocious than the heavenly thunder, giving off an irresistible feeling of insignificance. Facing this thunderbolt that had materialized as a sword light, Master Blood Demon was greatly shocked. He had no time to dodge, and neither could he. Circulating his Zhen Yuan to the limit, he raised his staff to meet it. Chapter 345. The blood-red stick and the lightning sword light clashed, and the air suddenly condensed. The surrounding mud crumbled and floated in the air. The surrounding several hundred meters turned into a gravity-free zone. Even the Blood Demon doppelganger, which was waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, was instantly affected, as if it had sunk into a swamp. As if dozens of thunderbolts had gathered together, the condensed air suddenly evaporated. A berserk shockwave spread out in all directions at 5 times the speed of sound. This kind of frightening destructive power was enough to make any astral-reaching expert tremble in fear. Because of the clash between the two, 1,000 meters wide and 2 to 300 meters tall hole appeared in the ground. As for the mud and rocks, they were all shaken into powder. It was as if a faint red whirlwind had filled the entire hole. It had to be said that the Blood Demon doppelganger's luck was quite bad. It had been hovering around Yi Chen the whole time, looking for an opportunity to attack. Unfortunately, before it could find the opportunity, it had already lost its life. If the shockwave's strongest might was 10, then the blood demon doppelganger had suffered at least 80%, directly annihilating into nothingness. In the center of the hole, where the two had exchanged blows, snaking lightning snakes burst forth. The small ones were as thick as an arm and several dozen meters long, while the big ones were as thick as a waist and several hundred meters long. With a certain point as the center, the entire hole was covered in dense lightning snakes. As each lightning snake lashed out, the air was instantly torn apart and evaporated, leaving behind several dozen meters to several hundred meters deep scorch marks on the ground. Puff! As the lightning snakes filled the sky, Master Blood Demon's chest was scorched black. He opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of smoke before flying high in the air. It's unexpectedly powerful. An ordinary mid-grade sword can amplify attack power by 30 to 40%. The thundercloud mentality I've comprehended is secretly compatible with this thunder attribute mid-grade sword, pushing the attack power to a whole new level, reaching above 40%. But what's more important is not this. Using this thunder attribute mid-grade sword to display sky-shattering clouds gives me a carefree feeling, like a fish in water. Some obstructions are naturally eliminated. As soon as I use it, sky-shattering clouds naturally fused to the 7th style. Yichen took a deep breath. The sky-shattering clouds had been fused to the 7th movement. According to his estimation, it would be equivalent to the power of the 8th movement of the Green Lotus Sword Arts, Green Lotus Sprouting. Moreover, it would not be 80%, but 100%. In terms of moves and mentality, Yi Chen's achievement in sky-shattering clouds was enough to compete with extreme astral-reaching experts. He was one step closer to his goal of dominating the astral-reaching realm. How is this possible? How did his combat power suddenly increase by so much? Even if he possesses a mid-grade prized artifact, he shouldn't be this powerful. Although Master Blood Demon had blocked Yi Chen's frontal attack, that fierce thunder snake had pierced through his protective Zhenyuan and caused him a lot of damage. Blood Demon Doppelganger, form. Having no time to tend to his injuries, Master Blood Demon fished out a blood-red bead from his storage ring. The bead shattered, and blood mist pervaded the air, slowly condensing into a human figure. It was the Blood Demon avatar. However, the grade of this Blood Demon avatar couldn't compare to the one that had died. It was merely equivalent to a Blood Demon that had just stepped into the upper realm, and its battle power was similar to that of an ordinary early astral reaching expert. Master Blood Demon had roamed South Rudra region for decades. It wasn't that he had never experienced the death of a Blood Demon avatar. However, for him, the death of a Blood Demon avatar was indeed heartbreaking, but it didn't affect him too much. This was because he had the ability to refine high-grade blood demons into blood demon beads. At present, he still had 3 blood demon beads in his storage ring. By crushing them, he would be able to condense a new blood demon avatar, making preparations for using the major blood demon body separating great art, putting the deep blue longsword back into its scabbard. Yichen took out the 2nd sword according to his senses. This sword had a clear color and was clearly a wood attribute mid-grade artifact. The brilliance emitted from it wasn't sharp, but it was exceptionally tenacious, like the weeds of a wasteland, endlessly growing. The Thunder attribute mid-grade sword is compatible with sky-shattering clouds, and the Wood attribute mid-grade sword is compatible with Green Lotus Sword Arts. Let's test out its power first. As soon as the deep blue longsword entered his hand, the Green Lotus Zhenyuan in Yi Chen's body produced a subtle reaction with it. It was a sign of incomparable compatibility. Yi Chen wasn't the least bit surprised. Green Lotus Sword Arts was indeed the cultivation technique for sword artists, but it wasn't that it didn't have an attribute. This attribute was precisely the wood attribute. Therefore, among all the attributes, only the wood attribute was the most suitable for Yi Chen. Green Lotus Splitting Mountain. Raising the longsword high, Yi Chen slashed down. The earth split open like a canyon, and the sword light imprinted with a huge green lotus directly split the void in two, attacking Master Blood Demon. Major Blood Demon body separating great art. Break for me. There. The Blood Demon doppelganger suddenly shrunk by a size. Boundless blood light converged on Master Blood Demon's body, burning fiercely. Its frightening might far surpassed the minor Blood Demon body, separating great art. In fact, although the minor Blood Demon body separating great art seemed powerful, it had a flaw that was neither big nor small. This flaw was that it couldn't substantially increase an astral-reaching expert's battle power. After all, Master Blood Demon himself was only at the peak of late astral-reaching realm. How could a self-created martial skill be perfect? However, the major Blood Demon body separating great art was different. It was a martial skill that Master Blood Demon had obtained by chance, and its grade wasn't high earth grade, but peak earth grade. Without the major Blood Demon body separating great art, Master Blood Demon wouldn't be considered too powerful among peak astral reaching experts, and wouldn't have been so glorious in the past. Blood-red flames blazed on the mountain-like club. The flames seemed to have spirituality, condensing into clusters of skulls. These skulls were the size of a water tank, making the club seem several dozen meters long. Under Master Blood Demon's brandishing, it loudly smashed towards the sword light. Rumble! The whole cave had completely collapsed. Roaring chi power hurricanes soared into the sky, tearing apart layer after layer of tunnels. A lot of late astral reaching experts were caught in the range of the shock waves. Some were lightly wounded, while others were heavily shredded into pieces by the overlapping chi power. Who is fighting? This commotion is way too frightening. It seems to be Master Blood Demon. Could it be Blood Sword? It should be more or less the same. In this burial mound, I'm afraid only Blood Sword could contend against Master Blood Demon. Both of them are famous for their ruthlessness. The commotion was too big, and more than one or two people had sensed it. More than 80% of the people knew that there were two frightening peak astral reaching experts battling. However, they couldn't think of anyone who could be Master Blood Demon's opponent. So they naturally thought of Blood Sword. Blood Sword frowned. One of them was Master Blood Demon, while the other was very unfamiliar. Perhaps it was an ancient warrior who had been cultivating for many years. Interesting. I wonder when such a peak expert would appear in the South Rudra region. Blood Sword's figure flashed, cutting apart any obstacle in front of him as he rapidly approached the battlefield. That youngster is indeed frightening. Even Master Blood Demon couldn't do anything to him. Forget it. There are so many treasures in this burial mound. There is no need to provoke them. Zhang Xian heard the commotion behind him and clicked his tongue. With the amplification of Major Blood Demon body separating great art, Master Blood Demon finally managed to block out Yi Chen's sword. At this moment, he was hesitating whether continuing to fight with Yi Chen was worth it or not. He was conceited, but he was not conceited to the point of being ignorant. Killing a slightly weaker peak astral reaching expert was already extremely difficult, and the success rate was less than 70%. If he wanted to kill Yi Chen, it would not be easy. As long as he could ensure that he wouldn't get injured, it would be fine. Indeed, a mid-rank would attribute Great Sword is the most suitable for me. A single green Lotus Mountain could contend against Master Blood Demon's full power attack. Wave after wave of green Lotus, Zhun, yuan poured into the deep blue longsword. The sword aura on Yi Chen's body was endless, showing signs of becoming more and more intense. In a place very deep underground, shoo, a slender blood shadow flashed past. With a puff sound, a late astral-reaching expert's forehead was pierced through, and all of his profound yuan was devoured cleanly. At the same time, the same thing was happening in other places. A few hundred meters below Yi Chen, Zhang Xian roared, "Piss off!" Arcs of light flashed, crisscrossing everywhere. Puff! The slender blood shadow's speed was too fast. Zhang Xian only saw a blur before his eyes as something drilled into his body, and his profound yuan was rapidly drained. Nearby, Blood Sword was also attacked by the slender blood shadow. Not good. It's the blood evil beast. Blood Sword was always calm and battle-hungry. However, at this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape as far as possible. The slender blood shadow would not let Blood Sword escape so easily. It pierced through his shoulder, and this was only because Blood Sword's speed was too fast. Otherwise, this attack would not have pierced through his shoulder, but his forehead or heart. Flowing light blood escape. At the moment of life and death, a frightening light burst out from Blood Sword's eyes. He sliced through the slender blood shadow with one sword, and his body turned into a blood-red sword light, his speed increasing by 2 folds. Boom! The ground was broken open as Blood Sword rushed to the place where Yi Chen and Master Blood Demon were fighting. Blood Sword! Fear flashed through Master Blood Demon's face. Before Yi Chen showed up, he cared about Blood Sword the most. Seeing him here, his vigilance increased, as he was afraid that Blood Sword and Yi Chen would join hands and kill him in the mass burial mound. Blood Sword acted as if he did not see Master Blood Demon at all, and continued to escape crazily. What's going on? He's wounded. Yi Chen saw that there was a bloody hole on the left shoulder of the Blood Sword artist. With the latter's power that was not weaker than the Blood Demon, who would be able to wound him? No, the Blood Sword artist was escaping. Something was catching up. Yi Chen's scalp went numb. Without thinking, he followed closely behind the Blood Sword artist. He released his powerful soul power, and a thin blood shadow that was dozens of meters long traveled at a horrifying speed under the ground. Yi Chen could sense a threat that he had never felt before. He had a feeling that if he was not lucky, he would die in the graveyard. Ah, it's a blood evil beast. Master Blood Demon roared with an unimaginable fear in his voice. With a boom, he also started to run. In order to increase his speed beyond his peak, he had even ignited his own blood and chi. Shoo! The slender blood shadow caught up. The wrist-thick blood shadow split into 3, chasing after the 3 like a forked tentacle. Without any suspense, the 3 were all wounded. Blood Sword's left leg was pierced through, and Master Blood Demon's abdomen was pierced through. Yi Chen was slightly better off. He had relied on his separating shadow flying art's super dodging ability, and his arm had only been scratched slightly. However, it had already taken away a lot of his profound chi, which was the foundation of a warrior's cultivation. Yi Chen took in a deep cold breath. It was too powerful. The 3 of them were powerful enough to survive one attack from the blood evil beast. However, the others did not have this ability. Run! The blood evil beast is coming out. Save me! All of a sudden, waves of screams arose from the mass burial mound. Chapter 346. What is this thing? Yi Chen looked like he was thinking while running. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall anything about that thin blood shadow. According to his soul power, Yi Chen could tell that the power of that thin blood shadow had already surpassed the top astral reaching realm and had reached the level of extreme astral reaching realm. Only extreme astral reaching realm creatures would have the power to kill top astral reaching realm warriors. Regardless, I have to stay away from this place. There is more than one blood shadow here. If I am surrounded by two of them, the chance of survival would be less than 20%. The attacking power of that thin blood shadow was extremely powerful. What was more horrifying was that its attacking speed was unimaginably fast. Yi Chen thought that even if he encountered an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior, he would not be able to be wounded instantly. But this time, he had been wounded for the first time and had lost some of his profound yuan. Shoo! A slight air-slicing sound was heard from behind. Yi Chun performed his separating shadow flying art almost subconsciously. His body was separated into two, and the next second, the blood shadow brushed past his neck. It seemed to have sensed that it had not hit anything, so it twisted to the right. Crack! The blood shadow had made a wrong judgment. The Yi Chun on the right was only a Zhenqi shadow. Break! Putting up his left index and middle fingers, the sword qi was condensed without being released. It sliced through the air, and with a swooshing sound, a part of the blood shadow had been cut down. Light blood escape. Explode. This time, Blood Sword had the experience. His spirit power sensed a fluctuation behind him, and he reacted immediately. A huge layer of bloody sword light exploded out of his body, creating a powerful shockwave. Although the shockwave could not do anything to the blood shadow, it had undoubtedly slowed down the speed of his attack and increased his own speed. Shoo! His body was like a sword light, as Blood Sword's body flashed once before disappearing, leaving Yi Chun and Master Blood Demon far behind. Master Blood Demon was indeed worthy of being a top-notch ghost general of the Nine Ghost Cult. He let out a low roar and swung both of his arms backwards. Like a river rowing a boat, he created a frightening propelling force and narrowly dodged the fatal attack. However, the Blood Demon doppelganger attached to his body had shrunk to the size of a child. Squeak! Right then, an extremely sharp scream was heard. An invisible pattern spread out crazily, covering Yi Chun and the other two. Not good. The faces of Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon changed. They felt dizzy, and their Zhen Yuan, which had been pushed to the limit, slowed down. Yi Chun also felt the mental attack in the sound wave. He decisively bit the tip of his tongue and activated his sword intent to protect his mind, isolating himself from the mental attack. That was close. If this was a duel and the opponent used this move, he would definitely die. Yi Chen's scalp went numb as he pushed his Green Lotus Zhen Yuan to its limit. The chi flow that shot out from his back was as sharp as a sword. One after another, it could kill a large group of peak level late clasping yuan realm martial artists. Even early astral reaching realm martial artists would be severely wounded if they were caught off guard. The soil was cut open. From the surface, the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been carefully polished. Little bastard, stay here. Master Blood Demon was quite a distance behind Yi Chun. When he saw Yi Chun fleeing in front of him, he revealed a sinister expression, revealing his snow-white teeth. With a shake of his hand, he shot a Blood Demon Pearl at Yi Chun. Explode! The Blood Demon Pearl could create a high-rank blood demon. Once it exploded, its power would be equivalent to the self-destruction of a high-rank blood demon. The blood-red shockwave directly blew the space in front of Yi Chun into nothingness. The airflow was strange, creating the illusion that time had stopped. Blood Sword spell. Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon had the same idea. They both planned to leave Yi Chun behind to block the Blood Evil Beast for a while, giving them a chance. They believed that with Yi Chen's power, the Blood Evil Beast would not be able to kill him within 2 or 3 attacks. And in that time, they would have the power to escape. Yi Chun looked gloomy, although Master Blood Demon's attack did not hurt him. The The shockwave had decreased his speed by more than 50%, and it was still decreasing. Besides that, Bloodsword's sword chi was even more deadly. As long as he did not take any countermeasures, this sword attack would take away half of his life without a doubt. You guys forced me to do this. If you want to stay, then everyone will stay. Yichen turned around at high speed. His cold eyes were extremely frightening, containing a huge pressure. Green lotus sprouts. Green lotus reaches the sky. The blue long sword was taken out of its scabbard, and the sword light spread out. The first half and the second half of the 8th movement of the green lotus sword art were performed at the same time, targeting Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon. Brat, you are looking for death. Blood Sword felt that it was reasonable for him to attack Yichen, but when Yichen started to attack him, the anger in his heart exploded like a volcano. This time, he would not let Yichen have it easy, just like how he had destroyed a rank 7 martial school with his terrifying patience. Master Blood Demon was a bit scared. Yichen was one of the most threatening enemies he had ever met. His power was not that strong, but that ruthlessness was not like a young man at all. It was as if he had been through hundreds and thousands of bloody battles. At the most crucial moment, he could even disregard his own life. The sword light went from bright to weak, and from weak to strong again. Because they had never seen the power of the green lotus sprouts before, Master Blood Demon and Blood Sword had both been at a disadvantage. Their speed had dropped from a couple of times the speed of sound to 0, especially Master Blood Demon, who had been wounded during the battle with Yichen and had backed out dozens of meters. Shoo! The thin blood shadow flashed past, blocking in front of the 3. It seemed like it was treating Yichen and the other 2 as food in its mouth. It was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, it stretched its rope-like body, blocking any possible way to break through. Brat, you are very brave. Blood Sword knew that there was no hope for him to break through, so he had to face the blood evil beast. If he ran away without a fight, he might become the beast's first target. Yichen looked calm, but his tone was full of killing intent. Blood Sword, you and I did not have any grudges before. Unfortunately, you have made a wrong move this time, and the consequences will not be good. Blood Sword was not angry, but laughed instead. Oh, what consequences? Die. Yichen spat out one word. Ha ha, this is the first time I have heard someone threaten me, Blood Sword. So nostalgic. It has been a long time since I last heard this kind of threat. Opening his mouth, Blood Sword showed his white teeth. Brat, do you know what kind of pain you will have to suffer for offending me? You can treat it as a joke. Wait until the moment you die. You will know what is unstoppable. I wanted to kill Jin Huang from the Floating Mountain School, but he is already dead. I want to kill the Ghost Corpse Man, and even the Blood Demon could not stop me, so he died as well. If I want to kill you, no matter where you run to, you will die. Therefore, from now on, you will be like a dog, running away as much as you want. Perhaps because he had never fought with Yichen before, Blood Sword did not care about Yichen's words at all. Only the Blood Demon suddenly felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. The longer he had been in contact with Yichen, the more he could feel his potential and his scariness. If he was a demon, then Yichen would be a killing god. If he did not get rid of him, he would not be able to feel at ease. Of course, Blood Sword was a necessary help. Not to mention killing Yichen, it would be hard for him to even escape from the mouth of the blood evil beasts. Blood Sword, what do you think? Without needing to say anything, the Blood Demon directly sent a Zhen Yuan message to Blood Sword, asking for his opinion. Blood Sword said coldly, Blood Demon, do you think that anyone who offends me, the Blood Sword, will be able to live? That's good. If you and I join hands, we will have more than 40% chance of escaping from the mouth of the blood evil beasts. Then, We will kill this brat together. Unless he dies in the mouth of the blood evil beasts. Of course, but I think he will be killed by the blood evil beasts. Bloodsword was very confident in himself. Just like the blood demon, he had been traveling in the South Rudra region for decades. There was nothing he had not been through. Things that were even more dangerous than the blood evil beasts had been a couple of times. On the other hand, Yi Chen was only a top astral-reaching realm warrior who had just made his debut. Swoosh, swoosh. After setting up the route, the blood evil beasts started to attack. Their thin, earthworm-like bodies wriggled as two extra branches appeared on their heads and tails, stabbing toward Yi Chen and the other two. The last sword does not have any element, but I can feel the destructive chi from it. Let's use it to perform the fast sword. The blood evil beast's attacking speed was too fast. The normal attacking speed had too many flaws, and only the fast mentality could compete with it. Chin. The third sword was a black long sword, which was also the thickest one. Once it was taken out of the scabbard, a vacuum crack appeared in the air. It was the destructive power of the sword's speed and the sword's own power. Yi Chen did not pour a lot of Xinyuan into it. So powerful. Let's call this sword the destruction sword. Waving the destruction sword, the fast mentality burst out. Even the sword light could not be seen in the surreal space. One could only see the two thin blood shadows of the blood evil beasts being blocked out, unable to get any closer. Blood Sword and Blood Demon were both top astral-reaching realm warriors, so they naturally had their own life-saving ace attacks. Blood Sword shook his arm, and the blood-colored longsword in his hand started to make a buzzing sound, vibrating at a high frequency. His body moved along with the sword, creating layers of afterimages, as if there were multiple mirrors around him. High-rank Earth Realm secret art, mirror image sword art. As for Blood Demon, he waved his blood-red stick, creating a blood-red swirl that contained a huge, twisting power. Being in the center of the swirl, once the blood evil beast's attacks arrived, they would have to break through the swirl first. When the attacks reached him, both his power and speed would be reduced, so it would not be too hard for him to block them out. Major Blood Demon body, separating great arts accompanying martial art, blood swirl, rumble. The ground had collapsed. When the three were battling with the blood evil beasts, they did not look as bad as before. Of course, they were all clear that it would be fine if they could only burst out their potential for a short period of time. But once the battle dragged on, they would not be able to escape death. Therefore, their current resistance was only to find a chance to escape. All of a sudden, a human figure jumped out of the ground in order to escape from the blood evil beasts. This person did not care about where he was going. He had somehow managed to get in between the three, which was the closest to the blood evil beasts. Now is the time. Yi Chen and the other two were all quick-witted warriors. They immediately backed out, pushing their speed to its peak, choosing 3 different directions to increase their speed. The blood evil beast was a bit confused, not knowing which one to chase. If it could only chase after one, then it might as well kill the prey in front of it first. For it, as long as it could devour the essence yuan, it did not matter who it was. The man's pupils were enlarged, his expression horrified as he watched the blood evil beast's tentacles break through his protective Xinyuan and drill into his body. Chapter 347. On the surface of the burial mound, a stone tablet cracked open, and Yi Chen jumped out with the destruction sword in his hand, landing on an even bigger stone tablet nearby. Focusing his eyes, Yi Chen's gaze landed on Blood Demon and Blood Sword, who had just escaped from the surface of the ground. A cold light flashed in Blood Sword's eyes as the killing intent spread out. His pitch-black pupils started to turn red as he locked onto Yi Chen, his cracked mouth looking extremely creepy. Blood Sword. Blood Demon's lips moved slightly as he sent a Zhan Yuan message to Blood Sword. Blood Sword tightened his grip on the sword hilt. No need to say more. This little bastard's life will be mine. You support me from the side. You, being looked down upon, Blood Demon was a bit annoyed. But seriously, right now, he was indeed not Bloodsword's opponent. The combined damage from Yi Chun and the Blood Evil Beasts had reduced his battling power by at least 20 to 30%. There was only one Blood Demon Pearl left in his storage ring, which could only be used in a life or death situation. A forced smile appeared on his face as Blood Demon said, "All right, you will be the main force, and I will support you. I hope you can kill him with one attack." He thought to himself, this guy is not that easy to deal with. If I want to kill him, I will have to pay a price. Wait until both of you are badly wounded, and your battling power will be greatly reduced. Then, don't blame me for being cruel. All of your treasures will be mine. 1 against 2. Although it is a bit difficult, it is not impossible to wound one of them. That thing is coming. Dispelling the thought in his mind, Yi Chen's body flashed as he flew toward the fortress. It ran away. Blood Demon was a bit confused. When he heard the noise underground, he could not help but be shocked. There were at least 3 to 4 Blood Evil Beasts rushing over. He did not expect Yi Chun to be one step ahead of them. With that thought in mind, Blood Demon was even more scared of Yi Chun. He said to Blood Sword, "Let's go as well." Inside the fortress, Yi Chun said without beating around the bush, "There are Blood Demon creatures rushing over from the burial mound. I suggest you leave now. Otherwise, you will not be able to leave in the future." Blood Demon creatures. What do they look like? Even you can't handle it? Little North asked in surprise. Yi Chun nodded. They are very powerful. Almost no one under the Sea of Souls realm can handle them. Even I am not their opponent. They are shaped like snakes, but they do not have heads or tails. They are as thick as an arm and dozens of meters to hundreds of meters long. Their attacking speed is incredibly fast. It's as thick as an arm and dozens of meters long. It can't be a Blood Evil Beast, right? Chi Bei Duo's faces turned pale, as if they had thought of something. Blood Evil Beast? Yi Chun couldn't associate the thin blood shadow with beasts. De Bei explained, Blood demons are born from the blood and resentment of humans or beasts. Blood Evil Beasts are born from the essence and resentment of blood demons. Blood Evil Beasts are born from the essence and resentment of blood demons. Blood Evil Beasts of the same level are many times more powerful than blood demons. Extremely powerful Blood Evil Beasts can even transform into beast form. That is their ultimate form. Once a Blood Evil Beast transforms into beast form, anything of the same level will be its prey, including humans. So powerful. Yi Chun hadn't seen any beast-shaped Blood Evil Beasts in the mass burial mound. Presumably, they were all ordinary Blood Evil Beasts, but ordinary Blood Evil Beasts had the power to kill them. If they were to run into beast-shaped Blood Evil Beasts, it would be almost certain death. Yeah, Blood Evil Beasts are the top predators in the Blood Demon battlefield, but the probability of them appearing is very low. They only appear once in dozens of years. Since they have come out, let's leave quickly. I guess it won't be long before those hidden astral-reaching realm experts come to the Blood Demon battlefield. Hidden astral-reaching realm experts should be extreme astral-reaching realm experts. I guess only a few of them can contend against Blood Evil Beasts. Yi Chun nodded. He had already reached his goal of going to the mass burial mound, so there was no need to stay in the Blood Demon battlefield any longer. Moreover, he had heard Thunder Freer say that the closer one approached the limit of Thunder mentality, the harder it would be to comprehend. Normally, one could only go to the first of the 3 layers to comprehend it. That was the origin of the Thunder mentality. blood demon battlefield was a broken space without any sky. Thousands of miles away from the Demon Defiance Fort, next to a conveyor stone door, a red whirlpool continued to speed up. Countless human figures disappeared within. He has come out. Didn't Master Jin Huang and Master Rock kill him? Things are not looking good. Let's have the soul-chasing bird follow him immediately. Yi Chun had calculated everything. He knew that Jin Huang would not have made any preparations, since the blood demon battlefield was huge. Even if he went in, he might not be able to find Yi Chun. Once he came out, he would be out of Jin Huang's sight. Therefore, there must be some spies outside. Killing one was killing. Killing two was also killing. Yi Chun took out his blue long sword and slashed at the astral-reaching realm expert, whose soul power had sensed something strange. He has found me. The Bloodstone Islands had 36 islands in total. Before Yi Chun entered the blood demon battlefield, there were dozens of groups of people chasing after him, and each group had 3 astral-reaching realm warriors. Therefore, when the dozens of groups were divided into 36 groups, each group only had 1 astral-reaching realm warrior. Only the main island of the Bloodstone Islands had 2 astral-reaching realm warriors. Right then, the astral-reaching realm warrior, who was about to release the soul-chasing bird, had just made a move when a sharp sword chi pierced through the air. The extreme speed made him extremely frightened. Rumble! With the support of the mid-rank great sword, the sword chi released by Yi Chun was unstoppable. It cut open a gap on the edge of the island, and that astral-reaching realm warrior was immediately cut in half. What? Who is this guy? He even dares to kill the outer master of the floating island? What a powerful sword chi. He must be at least a top astral-reaching realm warrior. Don't mess with him. Top astral-reaching realm warriors are something that even rank 7 martial institutions are afraid of. If we mess with them, there will be no place for us in the whole South Rudra region. Everyone on the island was discussing, but no one knew who Yi Chun was. Even if they had some suspicions, no one dared to say anything. Looking around, Yi Chun was not surprised at all. The Windy Nation was one of the weaker ones among the 36 small nations, but it still had about 10 astral-reaching realm warriors. A relatively powerful small nation, like the Rudra Nation, would have at least 30 to 40 astral-reaching realm warriors. Adding them all together, the 36 small nations would have at least 600 to 700 astral-reaching realm warriors. The top 10 medium nations would have even more astral-reaching realm warriors, at least 2,000 to 3,000. The top 4 nations would have more astral-reaching realm warriors than the 36 small nations and top 10 nations combined, more than 5,000. Therefore, in the whole South Rudra region, there would be close to 10,000 astral-reaching realm warriors. Adding the astral-reaching realm warriors who did not belong to any martial institutions and liked to travel around, 20,000 would not be a problem. However, among the 20,000 people, the ones who could be called top astral-reaching realm warriors did not exceed 50, including the top 10 sword artists and 7 blade artists. Extreme astral-reaching realm warriors were even fewer, which could be counted with 2 hands. A top astral-reaching realm warrior was still quite intimidating. Even rank 7 martial institutions would not want to mess with them, unless they had an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior. Of course, rank 6 martial institutions would not care about top astral-reaching realm warriors, since they had Sea of Souls realm warriors. If a Sea of Souls realm warrior wanted to kill a top astral-reaching realm warrior, he would be able to do so from hundreds of li away. However, Yi Chun dared to kill even the outer master of the floating mountain martial school. Regardless of his background or his insanity, he would not be someone to be messed with. Extending his body, Yi-Chun broke through the air and left the Bloodstone Islands. Above the endless lake water, clouds and mist curled up. The true spirit continent has 3 layers. The first one is the surprising sky, which only astral-reaching realm warriors have the power to enter. The second one is the extreme void, where only Sea of Souls realm warriors can survive. The third one is the closest one to the outside world, which is where life and death realm warriors are active. Although my power is at the top astral-reaching realm, I still cannot go to the extreme void. What was in the extreme void, Yi-Chun did not know, and what was in the surprising sky, Yi-Chun did not know either. Right now, he was going to the surprising sky. A beam of blue light flashed in the sky as Yi-Chun broke through the clouds and rushed 10,000 meters above the clouds. There seemed to be a thin layer there. Break. Condensing his Jun Yuan, Yi-Chun pointed at the thin layer. Puff. The thin layer was broken, and endless thunder and lightning poured down, which contained a horrifying heat and sharp wind blades. Thunder Yuan Qi, fire Yuan Qi, wind Yuan Qi. Yi-Chun knew that these were all kinds of Yuan Qi in the surprising sky. Although the Yuan Qi below the surprising sky had different elements, it was actually very complicated and not very powerful. Even clasping Yuan realm warriors would be able to compete with it. However, the Yuan Qi in the surprising sky was extremely pure without any impurities. The second the thin layer was broken, under the impact of all kinds of Yuan Qi, even peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warriors would be washed into ashes. Only the protective Jin Yuan would be able to handle this kind of pure Yuan Qi attack without being damaged at all. Flashing his body, Yi-Chun flew into the surprising sky, and that thin layer was quickly repaired. This is the surprising sky. Yi-Chun looked over and saw that there were only a few colors left in the whole world. The thunder Yuan Qi was that crystal blue, like a blue river, washing everywhere, clearly separated from the other Yuan Qi. The water Yuan Qi was crystal green, interweaving with each other. The fire Yuan Qi was crystal red, and wherever it went, the horrifying heat could burn everything. Traveling through all kinds of Yuan Qi, Yi-Chun found the rare wood Yuan Qi. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Once the wood Yuan Qi touched Yi-Chen's protective Jin Yuan, it reacted immediately. It squeezed into his body and pushed out all the impurities in the wood Yuan Qi. Pure wood Yuan Qi contains the vitality of the wood. Looking carefully, the arrangement of the wood Yuan Qi is very mysterious. With my understanding of the wood mentality, I can only see about 80% of it. Some of the things are very hard to understand. Yi-Chun let out a breath. He knew that it was just like what Thunder Freer had said. If he wanted to train his mentality to the extreme, he could only do it in the surprising sky. The other places would be flawed after all. As for the extreme void sky, above the surprising sky, it was the place to train the profound meaning. As for the top sky, Yi-Chun did not know what kind of secrets it had. Closing his eyes, Yi-Chun sensed the arrangement of the wood Yuan Qi, hoping that he could learn the true meaning of the wood mentality from this arrangement, so that he could prepare to reach the extreme astral-reaching realm. Chapter 348. On the 6th day after Yi-Chun entered the stunning sky, the first extreme astral-reaching expert arrived at the Bloodstone Islands. He was wearing a white robe and a bamboo hat. As he walked, he seemed like a fluttering white cloud carrying an indescribable sharpness. The leader of the 7 great bladesmen, the white-robed bladesman. It's the white-robed bladesman. I heard that his saber intent has already reached consummation. He is good at the state of wind. With one saber strike, the saber chi is like the wind. It is hard to defend against, and it is everywhere. Sword artists and blade artists are the easiest to become extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. Among the known extreme astral-reaching realm warriors, there are 3 who are either sword artists or blade artists. But if we were to talk about the most powerful extreme astral-reaching realm warrior, it would be the head of the top dozens of sword artists, the core headmaster of the Heartless Martial School, Pei Yudao. It's hard to say. The white-robed blade artist has the record of killing 7 late astral-reaching realm warriors with 1 blade attack. No one in the South River region has been able to break that record. Everyone on the islands was shocked by the arrival of the white-robed blade artist. As long as the Sea of Souls realm warriors did not show up, the white-robed blade artist would be equivalent to the king of astral-reaching realm warriors. His deterrent power was even greater than that of a rank 7 martial institution. Every martial institution would take pride in raising an expert like the white-robed blade artist, since it was not easy to raise a Sea of Souls realm warrior. It would require a huge amount of luck and talent. Blood evil beasts are hard to come by in decades. Inside their bodies, there is a blood evil stone that can train the willpower. The more powerful the willpower, the higher the chance of reaching the Sea of Souls realm. God is helping me. The white-robed blade artist's residence was quite far from the Bloodstone Islands. This time, he had come to the Star Regional Lake in search of some spirit herbs. Who would have thought that he would hear the news of a blood evil beast appearing in the blood demon battlefield? So he immediately rushed over. The blood evil stone inside the blood evil beast was a key to breaking through to the Sea of Soul realm. Talented people could become Sea of Soul realm experts even faster, and experts stuck at the peak of late astral reaching realm would have a sliver of a chance to break through. It was simply a must-have item for martial artists under Sea of Soul realm. The second layer of the blood demon battlefield rejects Sea of Soul realm experts. Inside, extreme astral reaching experts are the kings. Even if one's luck is bad, one can still obtain 1 or 2 blood evil stones. Restraining his excitement, the white-robed blade artist stepped out and entered the blood-red whirlpool. Second floor of the blood demon battlefield. Blood sword artist and master blood demon didn't teleport out. They stayed in the demon-defying fortress. 5 years ago, in the Black Dragon Empire's auction, a blood evil stone suddenly appeared and sold for more than 400,000 mid-rank soul stones. That stone was not that big, but it was enough to make the core master of the floating mountain martial school become an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior and have the hope of breaking through to the Sea of Souls realm. If you and I can get a blood evil stone, it would not be hard for us to become extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. It would be impossible to say that the blood demon was not tempted. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in the fortress. Blood Swordsman said, "Do you think we have the strength to seize the blood evil stone?" It is impossible to take the blood evil stone, but it is not impossible to get the blood evil stone. When all the blood evil beasts get out of the mass burial mound, that will be our chance. The blood fiend stone was not as useful as the blood fiend stone, but as long as there were enough of it, it was still very useful. Blood fiend stone? Blood sword was a bit tempted. Reaching his current level, it was almost impossible to make any progress. If the willpower could be trained, then it would be much easier for him to comprehend the mentality, which would also be useful for his sword intent. More importantly, the willpower would be the key to breaking through to the Sea of Souls realm. Who would not want to become a Sea of Souls realm warrior and be on the same level as the rank 6 martial institutions? By then, the whole South River region would be his backyard, and the blood demon did not invite the blood sword artist out of kindness. He was willing to split the loot equally, but just in case. If there were more blood evil beasts in the deeper parts of the mass burial mound, then the 2 of them would have a higher chance of escaping. If one of them ran into a blood evil beast, then there would be no chance of survival. All right, it is settled then. Don't play any tricks. Bloodsword was still a bit scared of the blood demon. The blood demon laughed. You don't have to worry. If we work together, then we will both benefit. If we split, then we will both lose. You and I both understand this logic. Huh. Wait till this is over. I will make that brat pay a huge price. The bloodsword artist looked cold, his face twisted. Hearing him, the blood demon was secretly gloating. His identity was a bit special, and he could not show himself in front of the world. Therefore, he could only chase after Yi Chun and did not dare to destroy the Sky Cloud Martial School directly. If he did that, then he might be surrounded by a lot of powerful warriors and might even attract the attention of Sea of Souls realm warriors. However, the bloodsword artist was different. It was not the first time he had destroyed a martial institution, and those Sea of Souls realm warriors did not care about it. There were a lot of martial institutions in the South Rudra region anyway, so one more or one less would not make any difference. The third sky, the first sky, the surprising sky, the pure Wood Yuan Qi is the closest to the origin of the wood mentality. This is indeed true. Outside of the surprising sky, trying to learn the wood mentality from plants would be unimaginably difficult. But here, all of the mysteries are contained within. All I need to do is to learn it face to face. In just a couple of days, Yi Chun had made great progress in his wood mentality. Of course, it was because of his comprehensive ability, but it was also because of the surprising sky. Green lotus sprout. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen's pupils shone with a hint of green light. Chin. The blue longsword was taken out of its scabbard, and a beam of blue sword light merged with the endless Wood Yuan Qi. Then, something shocking happened. Amidst the Wood Yuan Qi that was like a green river, a green lotus slowly grew. The process that seemed both real and fake made people feel as if they were watching a green lotus seed grow into a green lotus. Shortly after, a lotus flower bloomed in the center of the green lotus, revealing a faint purple color. Green lotus sky reaching. After throwing out a sword attack, Yi Chen's second sword attack followed right after. The green lotus seemed to have eaten a great tonic, growing to dozens of meters tall within a second. The lotus reached up to the sky, and its roots dug into the Wood Yuan Qi. Hu! Slowly letting out a breath, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. With the green lotus sword art as a reference, it was indeed much easier than creating his own sword movements and mentalities. In just a couple of days, his wood mentality had almost reached the same level as his thunder mentality. It had also reached its limit, and the eighth movement of the green lotus sword art, the green lotus sprout, was even more powerful than the sky-shattering clouds, and even more powerful than the kill heart sword attack. There seems to be a problem. The thunder mentality has reached its limit, and it is starting to be out of sync with the cloud mentality. The wood mentality is the same, and it is starting to diverge from the water mentality. It seems like once I break through the scope of the mentality, everything will automatically separate. Only when my realm is high enough can they continue to complement each other. Ever since the thunder mentality had reached its limit, Yi Chen's self-created sword movement, the sky-shattering clouds, was no longer dominated by the cloud mentality, but by the thunder mentality. The thunder mentality even started to reject the cloud mentality, thinking that the cloud mentality was a burden that would stop it from breaking through to a higher realm. I will call you Green Wood Sword. Among the three swords, only the Destruction Sword had a name. Yi Chen thought for a while, and decided to give the blue longsword a name that was easy to understand. Green Wood. It is not that easy to break through the scope of the mentality. Let me start to train the water mentality. In the stunning sky, there were only the more common elemental energies, such as metal elemental energy, wood elemental energy, water elemental energy, fire elemental energy, earth elemental energy, thunder elemental energy, wind elemental energy, and so on. The ethereal elemental energy was almost extinct, and cloud elemental energy was one of them. Among all the Yuan Qi, the water Yuan Qi was more like a river. Some of the water Yuan Qi was like an ancient well without any ripples, while some had huge waves, and some were sparkling. All the water-related sceneries outside the shocking sky could be seen in the water Yuan Qi. Some of the sceneries that could not be seen could also be seen and sensed. Astral reaching realm warriors use mentality as the king. Once my water mentality reaches its limit, combined with the wood mentality, even extreme astral reaching realm warriors would not be able to do anything to me. There were 3 conditions to become an extreme astral reaching realm warrior, and Yi Chun had already fulfilled 2 of them. One was to have a mid-rank defensive artifact and an attacking artifact, and the second was to have his mentality at an extremely high level. If it were not for his cultivation, Yi Chun would have already become an extreme astral reaching realm warrior. Unknowingly, another 5 days had passed. There were a lot of astral reaching realm warriors gathered on the Bloodstone Islands. They had all heard about the appearance of the blood evil beasts in the blood demon battlefield. None of them were prepared to leave, but they did not dare to go in recklessly either. They wanted to see if they could find their own fortune. The core master of the Heartless Martial School, Pei Yudao, is here. Someone in the crowd yelled, and everyone looked over. Above the Star Regional Lake, a human figure flew over at an extreme speed. Shoo! The figure landed on the nearest island. He was wearing blue robes, carrying 2 swords on his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked to be in his 30s or 40s. Pei Yudao was extremely low-key. He did not even look at the crowd as he stepped into the blood-red swirl. Soon, another 2 people arrived at the same time. The one in the north was wearing a big red robe. He had a bulky body, and as he moved, a fierce blade aura spread out from time to time, leaving blade marks on the surface of the lake. The one in the south was even more aggressive. On his way over, he purposely released a powerful chi flow, which smashed into some of the astral-reaching realm warriors on the way, but none of them dared to say anything. The core master of the Fire Spirit Martial School, Gold Rock. The core master of the Floating Mountain Martial School, Shun Tujue. They all say that Gold Rock is aggressive, but Shun Tujue is even more aggressive than him. Thinking about it, the Floating Mountain Martial School is the leader of the 6-rank 6 martial institutions, and Shun Tujue himself is an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior. It is inevitable for him to be so arrogant. Everyone stood far away, discussing in a low voice. Shun Tujue, I heard that the core master of the Floating Mountain Martial School, Jin Huang, was troubled by a brat. I wonder if it is true or not. As a core master of a rank 6 martial school, Gold Rock was quite well informed. After all, Yi Chun was not a nobody. He was the number 1 warrior in the Hidden Dragon rank, and his fame among the young warriors was unparalleled in the past 1,000 years. It would be hard not to notice him. Shun Tujue sneered, just a little bastard. This time, I am here for the blood evil stone, and I will take care of him along the way. Shun Tujue, would like to see how many heads he has. Hee hee, be careful not to fail miserably. Gold Rock teased. This kind of small character is not worth my attention. The possibility of failing miserably will not happen to me. After I kill him, I will go and destroy the Sky Cloud Martial School. I believe the expert behind him will not go against the Floating Mountain Martial School for a dead martial genius. Shun Tujue didn't put Yi Chun in his eyes at all. This time, he had volunteered to kill Yi Chun in the Blood Demon battlefield. In any case, This matter was nothing more than a trivial matter to him. He could settle it with a wave of his hand, so why wouldn't he do it? As the two entered the blood demon battlefield, the number of extreme astral-reaching realm warriors had reached 4. Someone else is here. I have never heard of this person. It seems like the hidden, extreme astral-reaching realm warriors in the South Rudra region are not the ones on the surface. The 5th extreme astral-reaching realm warrior had arrived. Chapter 349. The astral-reaching realm warriors in the South Rudra region are getting weaker and weaker. These people are not even worth 2 or 3 attacks from me. His long black robe fluttered in the air. The speaker's voice was dry like wood and stone, sounding like 2 pieces of flint colliding with each other. His eyes were full of disdain and cruelty. Brother Whitebone, the blood demon has been in the blood demon battlefield a lot. Let's go in and meet him first and learn about the situation inside. Then we can discuss the plan to kill the blood evil beasts. There was another person right next to the black-robed man. His robe was purple, and there was an abstract drum embroidered on his chest. Just like the drum, his body was extremely short, and his round belly was like a huge millstone. The black-robed man waved his sleeves. Soundwave, I will leave the task of finding the blood demon to you. I don't have the time for that. My goal is the blood evil stone. As for the plan, I don't need it. The short man with the big belly was indeed one of the 108 ghost warriors from the 9 Ghost cult. He forced a laugh, since the Whitebone ghost warrior was one of the 3 most powerful ones among all the ghost warriors. He had always been arrogant, and it would be impossible for him to discuss the plan. So he said helplessly, "All right then, go in." With both of his hands behind his back, the Whitebone ghost warrior lightly flew into the blood-red swirl, and the Soundwave ghost warrior followed. No one on the island could recognize them. Shocking sky. There was no day or night, and the inside was filled with amazing colors at all times. These different colors were clearly separated from each other and did not interfere with each other. Water is both hard and soft. When it is hard, it can break through mountains and drown the land. When it is soft, it flows without a sound. This is the limit of the poetic perspective of water. Soaking in the water Yuan Qi, Yichen closed his eyes and tried to feel the mysteries of the water Yuan Qi. From time to time, he would throw out a sword attack, simulating the things he had learned. The sword attack he had thrown out seemed normal, but once it was infused into the water Yuan Qi, it immediately brought up a huge wave. A long torrent of water shot out directly, wreaking havoc everywhere. The torrent slowed down and suddenly turned into a small stream, flowing without a sound. A peaceful and gentle poetic perspective rose up. 2 hours, 6 hours, 1 day, 3 days. After 3 days, Yichen took out his greenwood sword. He shook his wrist, and the bright blue sword light was warm like water. It was like a clear spring, but also like a flood. Rumble! All of the water Yuan Qi in the area exploded under the influence of the sword light. Every single one of those water drops could kill an early astral-reaching realm warrior. The concept of water has finally reached the limit. Slowly letting out a long breath, Yichen opened his eyes. In the past, his eyes were sharp and sharp, but now there was a hint of gentleness in them. It was like a diamond that had lost its edges and corners, or a gem that had lost its extravagance, returning to its original simplicity. I wonder how powerful the green lotus sword art would be when I combine the extreme water mentality and wood mentality. With the same set of sword skills, the stronger the concept, the more powerful the sword skill would be. Now, Yi Chun had comprehended the concept of water and the concept of wood to the limit. If he took another step forward, it would surpass the scope of the concept. Even he couldn't estimate the power of the combination. Green Lotus Mountain splits. The water yuan qi was separated, and a massive green lotus-shaped sword light was thrown out. Right then, all of the water yuan qi in the area seemed to be a bit messed up. Buzz. A horrifying sword intent spread out like a tornado, spreading out at an extreme speed. It was something that Yi Chun had not expected. Completed sword intent. The sword light sliced open the river-like water yuan qi, and the metal yuan qi that was connected to the water yuan qi. Yi Chun turned a blind eye to it, as all of his attention was focused on the changes of the sword intent. After absorbing a huge amount of sword-shaped plants, Yi Chen's sword intent had stopped at around 97%, while the completed sword intent was 99%. Do not underestimate this little bit of difference. According to normal progress, it would take at least 1.5 years, or at most dozens of years, for Yi Chun to reach the completed sword intent. Yi Chun had a feeling that no matter how many sword-shaped plants he had, he would not be able to reach the completed sword intent that easily. He would be able to reach 98% at most, which would be very close to the completed sword intent. After all, once the sword intent was completed, it would already be the limit. Judging on power, the completed sword intent would not be as powerful as the completed sword intent. It would just be a little more experience and comprehension, which would allow him to reach the next level. There is a misty long sword in the middle of my eyebrows. It is extremely surreal. The soul ocean was the place where the soul power resided. Yi Chen had almost noticed the abnormality in there within a second. He was a bit surprised, as he had never heard of anything like this happening to the completed sword intent. Was it inevitable, or was it just a coincidence? Or did it have something to do with the Battle King's sword intent, especially the immortal mentality? After thinking for a long time, Yi Chen still couldn't figure it out. Only at this moment did he realize how lacking his own knowledge was. Actually, he couldn't be blamed. Sky Cloud Sect was merely an 8th grade sect at its peak, and the strongest among them were astral reaching experts. They themselves didn't know many things and couldn't compare to a 7th grade sect with a profound background, not to mention a 6th grade sect with thousands of years of history. Living in such an environment, the things Yi Chen knew were limited, and the high-level knowledge was even more of a blur to his eyes. Before the completed sword intent, its might wasn't inferior to other people's completed sword intent. Now that my sword intent has reached completion, its might has completely surpassed the scope of the completed sword intent. Yi Chen didn't think about the things he couldn't figure out anymore. He only knew that because of his comprehension of the mentality, his sword intent had naturally broken through the shackles and rushed into a whole new realm. If he could contend against extreme astral reaching experts before, then the current him wouldn't need to be afraid of any extreme astral reaching expert. He had a premonition that the abnormality in his soul ocean was his opportunity, a sign that he was ahead of others. Blood Demon Battlefield, Mass Burial Mound. Haha, White Robe Blade Artist, you've been here for so long, but you still haven't taken care of a single blood evil beast. It seems like you're not worthy of your reputation. Shun Tujue blew away the incoming blood evil beast with one palm attack as he mocked the White Robe Blade Artist. The White Robe Blade Artist frowned. Although he was the first one to arrive at the Blood Demon battlefield, the blood evil beasts inside would gather at the mass burial mound after slaughtering human experts. There were rarely any of them alone. With his power, dealing with one blood evil beast was already a bit difficult, not to mention 2 or more. Hurricane Cut. Being mocked by others was always a bit annoying. The White Robe Blade Artist activated his Zhen Yuan and threw out a blade attack towards the blood evil beast's thin earthworm-like body. Shoo! Shoo! The air vibrated, and the blood evil beast's body was split into 3 parts. Only by taking out the blood evil stone can the blood evil beast not recover. The white robe blade artist squinted his eyes as he waved his long blade in a crisscross pattern. A triangular hole suddenly appeared on the blood evil beast's body. The powerful blade chi sliced through that triangular blood shadow, revealing a fist-sized blood-red stone. Shoo! Using his left hand, the blood-red stone landed in the white robe blade artist's hand. Finally got a blood evil stone. The white robe blade artist let out a breath. Speaking of which, he had to thank the other extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. Without them, he would have been attacked by all the blood evil beasts. Hee, it is only one blood evil beast. Let me take care of it. Shun Tujue's body was covered with a dark purple light. Invisibly, the white robe blade artist and the rest of the people seemed to see a shadow on his body. They saw Shun Tujue make a grabbing gesture in the air, grabbing the middle part of the blood evil beast's body. Break! Zhen Yuan exploded, and a small part of the blood evil beast's body was ripped off by Shun Tujue. There was a blood evil stone inside. Martial spirit. The core master of the fire spirit martial school, Qi Jinyan, yelled out, "It is not a complete martial spirit. It is just a prototype." The core master of the heartless martial school, Pei Yudao, took a deep breath and said slowly, "Martial spirit embryo." Indeed. The white bone ghost warrior had a serious look on his face. It was said that sword artists had sword intent, and blade artists had blade intent. Among all the warriors, they would stand out from the rest. However, there was a balance in everything. When anyone reached the Sea of Souls realm, they would be able to form their own martial spirit. The so-called martial spirit was the embodiment of the martial intent, while the sword intent was the sword intent. Obviously, the sword intent and the martial spirit were not equal existences. Once the sword artist trained the sword intent to completion and reached the Sea of Souls realm, the sword intent would transform into the sword spirit, and only then would the sword spirit and the martial spirit be equal. In other words, in order to become a Sea of Souls realm warrior, one would have to have enough martial intent or sword intent. Normally, the martial intent would not be able to compete with the sword intent because of its fragmentation. But when the martial intent was extremely condensed, it would have the tendency to turn into the martial spirit, which would be the prototype of the martial spirit, which would be more powerful than the completed sword intent. Although the attacking power of the martial spirit was not as powerful as the sword spirit, the martial spirit could not only amplify the attacking power, but also the defense. This was something that the sword spirit could not compete with. The sword spirit was the embodiment of the attacking power, and it had never changed. Correspondingly, whether it was below the Sea of Souls realm or above, the sword artist represented the attacking power, but the defense was relatively weak. There were always gains and losses, and the sword artist had always been an extreme existence. Of course, the sword spirit was much harder to condense than the martial spirit, and the sword artist would find it harder to become a Sea of Souls realm warrior than the majority of the warriors. The advantages they had in the beginning would become disadvantages when they reached the Sea of Souls realm. Even so, there were still many people who chose to become sword artists, choosing the extreme attacking power. Therefore, many warriors would not refine their martial spirit when they had enough martial intent, but would directly enter the Sea of Souls realm and comprehend the sword intent. During the Sea of Souls realm, they would refine the sword intent into the sword spirit. This kind of method had a certain degree of danger, and not everyone could catch up to the top. This Shun Tujue has actually condensed his martial intent to such a degree. Seems like he's not far from breaking through to the Sea of Souls realm. White Bone Ghost General was well aware of the terror of the martial spirit. Even if it was just the prototype of the martial spirit, Its irresistible martial intent was not something an ordinary extreme astral-reaching expert could contend against. After all, before the martial intent condensed into the prototype of the martial spirit, its effects were rather scattered and could not be reflected in the slightest. On the other hand, the sword intent condensed into the shape of a sword, concentrating its power at a single point, allowing it to be utilized at an early stage. The blade intent was the same. With this blood-evil stone, my martial intent will become even more powerful. Refining the martial intent into the martial spirit might not be an impossible matter. Holding the blood-evil stone, Shun Tujue laughed heartily. Chapter 350. Pei Yudao frowned. There were also strong and weak extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. Before coming here, he did not think anyone could be his opponent, since all of his martial arts were top-rank Earth realm, and he had trained them to a very high level. His sword intent had also reached perfection, without any flaws, which was the true extreme astral-reaching realm. Who would have thought that Shun Tujue had already formed a martial spirit before reaching the Sea of Souls realm? Although it was not complete, it was still in its embryonic form. It seems like that blood-evil stone from the auction 5 years ago had given Shun Tujue quite a lot. Pei Yudao slowly let out a breath, his expression relaxing. Even if Shun Tujue had formed his martial spirit, he would not be afraid, since battles were not one-sided. Taking out his long sword, Pei Yudao found an opportunity and slashed out. Puff, puff, puff. In the sky, sharp flashes crisscrossed. At this moment, besides Shun Tujue, no one could tell how many sword attacks Pei Yudao had thrown out. Even with the advantage of his martial spirit, Shun Tujue could only barely tell. The details were a bit blurry. The flashes disappeared, and the blood-evil beast that had just jumped out of the ground was sliced into pieces. The middle piece quickly disintegrated, revealing the blood-evil stone inside. Impressive! No wonder Pei Yudao has the title of the #1 astral-reaching realm warrior in the whole South Rudra region. Far away from the mass grave, some powerful astral-reaching realm warriors were secretly shocked, knowing that they would not have the slightest bit of power to resist under Pei Yudao's sword attack. Rock Heart Cut, Ironbone Godly Claw, Gold Rock, and Whitebone Ghost General did not want to be left behind, both performing their ace attacks. The thin layer that isolated the shocking sky was cracked open, and a rich and pure yuan qi flow leaked out in all directions. As soon as it touched the air, it quickly became chaotic and violent, shattering the clouds in the sky. With a shoo, Yichen flew out along the direction of the yuan qi flow. Right now, I am at the top in every aspect. The only thing I am lacking is my own cultivation. Unfortunately, if I want to reach the peak level from mid-astral reaching realm, I would need at least dozens of earth astral pellets. After all, when I was only one step away from the peak level early astral reaching realm, I had already used up 2 earth astral pellets. That alchemist could only make 10 pellets a year, so I bought the remaining 5. It wasn't that Yichen hadn't thought of buying better pills or spirit grasses than the earthly astral pill, but unfortunately, these things were extremely rare and couldn't be bought with spirit stones. Otherwise, he would have prepared them when he was in the Martial City's trading hall. In any case, he had a lot of spirit stones with him. Forget it. It's better to cultivate on your own. Elixirs and elixirs can only be found by luck. There's no need to rush. Yi Chun, on the other hand, was not in a hurry to make a breakthrough. His cultivation base was not that powerful, but he could spend 10 times the effort to improve his martial arts and mentality as well as his sword intent. Plus, with his current power, he was already at the peak of the astral reaching realm. The most important thing was to maintain a good mentality. Let's go check out the Bloodstone Islands. I wonder what kind of secrets that Blood Evil Beast has. I can't let go of the Blood Demon and the Blood Sword Artist either. Shoo! His shadow flashed continuously as Yi Chen's speed reached 3 times the speed of sound. The news about the Blood Evil Beast appearing in the Bloodstone Islands had spread out in the whole South River region at an unimaginable speed. Although a lot of astral-reaching realm warriors did not dare to have any ideas about the Blood Evil Beast, they would not let go of the Blood Evil Stone in the area where the beast lived. Especially the powerful warriors from all the martial institutions, they valued the Blood Evil Stone even more, since it was a treasure that could increase one's mental power. Qihua, the headmaster, and the others will take care of the Blood Evil Beast. Our target is the Blood Evil Stone. If we run into any weaker astral reaching realm warriors, you will take care of them. On one of the islands, a group of people wearing red robes appeared. They all had the symbol of the Fire Spirit Palace on their clothes. The leader said to the handsome teenager next to him. The handsome teenager's eyebrows were like blades as he said confidently, "Second Master, don't worry. Below the late astral reaching realm, I, Yen Qihua, am not afraid of anyone." The leader was an elder in his 60s. He was very confident about Yen Qihua's power. In the 2 years after the Hidden Dragon Rank competition, Yen Qihua had been training even harder. Finally, he had managed to reach the astral reaching realm half a year ago. As one of the rank 6 martial institutions, the Fire Spirit Palace did not lack pellets that could increase cultivation. With these pellets, Yen Qihua had reached the peak level of early astral reaching realm from early astral reaching realm in just 1 week. Added with his cross-realm battling power, no one below the late astral reaching realm would be able to beat him. Second Master, it is not like you do not know about Qihua's power. If he is able to join the Hidden Dragon Rank competition again, Xikong Sheng and Yi Chen would not be able to get the first place easily. An inner master from the Fire Spirit Palace said with a loud voice. Yen Qihua tightened his fist and thought to himself, "Xikong Sheng, Yi Chen, wait for me." On the 3rd island, next to them, people from the Heartless Martial School had also arrived. Li Daoxian, who was wearing blue robes, had a long sword on his waist. His aura was getting colder and colder. Wherever he looked, the astral-reaching realm warriors there would have a strong reaction, as if there was a sword with a cold light pointing right at them, killing their minds. What a powerful sword intent. It should be at least 90%, right? He is indeed a rare martial genius of the Heartless Martial School. Without any surprises, there will be another Sea of Souls realm warrior in the Heartless Martial School in the near future. Yeah, Li Daoxuan's talent is without a doubt. But the legendary Yi Chen seems to be even more powerful. He is the most powerful young sword artist in the past 1,000 years in the whole South River region. Not necessarily. All martial geniuses do not want to lose. Perhaps Li Daoxian has already reached Yi Chen or even surpassed him. Everyone was discussing. Li Daoxian sighed. It was all thanks to Yi Chen that his sword intent could increase this fast. In his heart, he hoped that Yi Chen could become even more powerful so that he would have the motivation to keep chasing after him. Focusing his eyes, Li Daoxian noticed the young girl in the distance. It was Bing Ling from the Ice Extreme Martial School. Bing Ling was also a peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior right now, and there was no doubt that she would not be able to reach that level. The purpose of the competitions of the Hidden Dragon Rank was to motivate people. Under other people's motivations, people would usually be able to make breakthroughs faster. If there were not many martial geniuses in the whole South River region, and they did not have that much talent, then it would mean that the whole South River region was weak. Only competition would provide the motivation. A peaceful environment would always make people relax. And in the era of martial geniuses, relaxation would only mean falling behind. Only by continuously becoming more powerful could one maintain their position. No one would want to leave the stage in the dark. It seems like I will not be lonely anymore. Li Daoxian did not dare to underestimate Bing Ling falling behind. For a while did not mean falling behind forever. The top 10 of the hidden dragon rank were all martial geniuses of the same level. On the east side of the island, people from the Sky-Flying Devil Martial School are here. Indeed, Mo Yen is already a peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior. What? Murong Qingqing's cultivation is only at the mid-astral-reaching realm? How is this possible? All of the astral-reaching realm warriors on the island could not believe their own eyes. They all gasped, trying their best to open their eyes. Wearing purple robes and a light veil on her face, Murong Qingqing walked behind the second core master. Mo Yen, who was usually the head disciple, was half a step behind Murong Qingqing. Vaguely, there was a trace of jealousy and evil light in his eyes. If Yi Chun were here, he would be able to tell that Mo Yan's temperament had changed a little bit. What Xikong Sheng? What Yi Chun? They were all surpassed by Qingqing in the end, and I, one day, will surpass Qingqing and make her my woman. Mo Yen sneered in his mind. After the hidden dragon rank competitions had ended, he had worked harder than anyone else, even to the point of torturing himself. What he could not understand was that Murong Qingqing had reached the early astral reaching realm with a crazy speed, and then from the early astral reaching realm to the mid-astral reaching realm. It had shocked the whole Sky-Flying Devil Martial School, and she had taken away the glory that belonged to him. Somehow, something in his heart had been broken. He swore that he would take back what belonged to him sooner or later. With interest. Qingqing, how confident are you in beating Yi Chun? The second core master of the Sky-Flying Devil Martial School somehow thought of Yi Chun. So he asked. Murong Qingqing's voice was light, not even 10%. Qingqing, you are too humble. You have trained your sky demon great, are to the 13th realm. Why do you have to boost the others' morale and lower your own? Hearing Yi Chen's name, Mo Yen could not help but say, my instinct has always been very sharp. He will not stay where he is, waiting for me to surpass him. Murong Qingqing did not think that she was more talented than Xikong Sheng and Yan Qihua. Being able to train her sky demon great art from the 10th realm to the 13th realm was all thanks to the sky demon flower and the mysterious power contained in it. Once the martial art reached a higher realm, the speed of cultivation would be unimaginable, especially since the mysterious power contained in the sky demon flower could increase cultivation as well, since it was made from the blood of the ancient demon king. And what kind of cultivation did the ancient demon king have? They were all life and death realm warriors, so how could they not have the mysterious power to increase their cultivation? The second core master of the Sky Demon Martial School shook his head with a smile. He was just like Mo Yen, thinking that Murong Qingqing was just being humble. Everyone in the Sky Demon Martial School knew about Murong Qingqing's personality. She was neither arrogant nor impatient, and would never give up. Sometimes he felt that Murong Qingqing was very scary, as she did not have any mental weakness. Sensing the change in the atmosphere, Murong Qingqing shook her head slightly. She knew that the second master, Mo Yen, would not believe her, but she really did not have the confidence to win against Yi Chun. Yi Chen's horrifying power was something she knew better than anyone else. If her mind was already close to perfection, then Yi Chen's mind had reached a level where he would not be affected by anything. Of course, it was only in the astral reaching realm where the mind of a life and death realm warrior would definitely be more powerful than them. Let's go in. The second master took a step forward. leading everyone into the blood-red swirl. Meanwhile, people from the other islands had also entered. All the rank 6 martial institutions people had been sent out, so they must have included the blood evil beast in their plan. There should not be too much danger. After half a day, a beam of blue light flashed past, landing on the nearest island. There are a lot less people. Yi-Chen frowned. In his sight, there were only a few astral-reaching realm warriors on the island, 90% less than before. Taking out his great sword and wearing it on his waist, Yi-Chen did not think too much. His body flashed once and disappeared, jumping into the blood-red swirl. Chapter 351. 1,000 miles away from the mass grave, near a transportation door, a human figure appeared out of nowhere. Let's go check out the mass grave first. Flying into the sky, Yi-Chen looked around and soon found a reference point. His Zhen Yuan exploded, and his whole body turned into a beam of blue light, disappearing from where he was standing. 1,000 miles took less than 15 minutes to travel. When Yi-Chen was less than 10 miles away from the mass grave, he pushed his soul power and spread it out in a fan shape. 1, 2, 5 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. That person's clothes have the symbol of the floating mountain martial school. He should be an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior from the floating mountain martial school. Yi-Chen's soul power was already very powerful. With the increase of his cultivation, the scanning range of his soul power was getting wider and wider. If he were to scan in one direction, 10 miles would not be a problem at all. Even the slightest movement would be captured by his mind. It seems a bit different. There is a huge amount of power of nothingness gathered on his body. It is the willpower, which is different from the sword intent. Frowning, Yi-Chen could deeply feel the power of Shun Tuju's willpower. Others might not know that I killed Taoist Jin Huang, but he should know. To the Hanging Mountain Taoist Jin, Huang isn't a big deal. What's important is face. They won't let the murderer live. If word got out, how could they keep their face? Yi-Chen did not need to guess. The possibility of him reconciling with the floating mountain martial school was almost zero. On the other side of the road, Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon were flying at a moderate speed. Extreme astral-reaching realm warriors would not care about the blood evil stone. Our opponents are people who are below the extreme astral-reaching realm. Master Blood Demon said. Blood, Sword said coldly. Just kill them. Killing is for sure, but it would be best not to touch the rank 6 martial schools, unless we can kill all the evidence. Master Blood Demon was not arrogant enough to challenge a rank 6 martial school. Not to mention him, even the elders of the 9 Ghost Cult would not dare to challenge a rank 6 martial school. Of course, it would only be temporary. 2 hours later, the two arrived at the edge of the mass grave. With a single glance, Master Blood Demon saw White Bone, who was wearing a black robe. That year, the 9 Evil Cult had 108 great ghost generals, but in the end, only 30% of them survived. Among those who survived were the 3 strongest ghost generals of the 9 Evil Cult, and White Bone was one of them. Although White Bone, Ghost General, won't let me have the Blood Evil Stone, with him around, it's almost certain that I'll get the Blood Evil Companion Stone. Master Blood Demon revealed a faint look of joy. His gaze subconsciously shifted. Suddenly, he noticed Yi-Chen several miles to his left. It's him. Blood Sword also noticed Yi-Chen and sneered, seeking his own death. It's not up to him anymore. Whoosh! A blood mark flashed in the air as Blood Sword dashed towards Yi-Chen at an extreme speed. Master Blood Demon was a little hesitant. After thinking about it, he followed Blood Sword Artist. Blood Sword Art. Taking out his long sword from its scabbard, Blood Sword threw a sword attack towards Yi Chun from hundreds of meters away. Yi Chun had already noticed Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon. His face was indifferent, and his eyes were cold, as if he was looking at two dead men. A dark blue sword light shot out from his scabbard. Chin. The air vibrated as Blood Sword's sword light was shattered. Die! Master Blood Demon held his blood-red stick with both of his hands, performing his major blood demon body separating great art. With a sweep of his stick, the air in front of him was sucked out, creating a vacuum world. The misty longsword in my soul sea should be a sword intent. I just happened to not have anyone to test it on. Holding the dark blue longsword in his right hand, it was a mid-rank thunder-attributed greatsword. Yi Chun had given it a name, Thunderlock. The Thunderlock sword was extremely compatible with the thunder mentality. When he threw out a sword attack, it was no longer a sword but a thunderlight, including Master Blood Demon and Blood Sword Artist. Pop! Thunder Flash! Master Blood Demon was blown back with a horrified expression. His tiger palm holding the stick had been shaken to the point of numbness, and streams of blood flowed down. Blood Sword was not any better. He could only see the thunder light in front of him, and an immortal will had shattered his sword intent, affecting his protective Zhen Yuan. Pooh! His sword intent shattered, and Blood Sword puked out a blood arrow. Completed sword intent. No, it is a sword spirit embryo. Blood Sword could not believe it. Yi Chen's cultivation base was only at mid-astral reaching realm. So how could his sword intent be this powerful? Moreover, it had reached the stage of condensing sword spirit. It should be known that sword spirit was much harder to condense than martial spirit. Many people might not even be able to successfully condense sword spirit after reaching the sea of soul's realm. Condensing sword spirit was several times harder than condensing martial spirit. Correspondingly, once one managed to condense sword spirit, even if it was just a sword spirit embryo, its attacking power would reach a whole new level. Damn it! Retreat! Blood Sword was shocked and angry at the same time. It had only been a few days, but Yi Chen's power had already completely surpassed them. Thinking of what Yi Chun had said in the mass grave, an intense hatred rose up in his heart. Anyone who offended him, Blood Sword, would not be able to live in peace. This kid, he had to kill him and his whole family. Otherwise, he would not be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. Retreat. Master Blood Demon was terrified. Everyone called him a demon, but in his eyes, Yi Chun was even more frightening than a demon. If he did not kill him, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Only by escaping to White Bone's vicinity would he be able to gather a few people's power and kill Yi Chun together. Where do you think you are going? Yi Chun aimed at the two's escape route and performed his sky-shattering clouds. Pop! 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 Thunderlight exploded in the sky, and the wind and clouds surged. One after another, small mountains cracked open, and the insides were scorched black. Brother White Bone, save me! Pushing his Zhen Yuan to its limit, Master Blood Demon took a deep breath and sent a message to White Bone, who was miles away. White Bone turned his head suspiciously. Someone is chasing after Master Blood Demon. It is a young man. Master Blood Demon, come to me. I will make sure you are safe. White Bone made a face, not taking Yi Chun seriously at all. After getting the reply, Master Blood Demon felt a bit better. He said to Blood Sword, "This kid will not live for long. Don't worry. You and I will retreat to a safe area first." He did not care about Blood Sword's life or death. If he could join the 9 Ghost Cults camp, then it would be great. Top astral reaching realm warriors were not that common in the South Rudra region. Plus, with Blood Sword's talent, it would not be impossible for him to become a Sea of Souls realm warrior in the future. All right, Blood Sword could guess what Master Blood Demon was thinking. He hesitated a bit, but eventually agreed. After reaching his level, the biggest hope was to reach the Sea of Souls realm. Being alone, there would be a limit to what he could do. This time, with the appearance of the Blood Evil Beast, if he could get enough Blood Evil Stones, it would be very useful for him. He might even be able to form a sword spirit. Green Lotus Sky, Green Lotus Accumulation. Putting the Thunder Sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chun took out his greenwood sword and waved it in the air. The air seemed to have been frozen, as countless green lotuses appeared out of nowhere, surrounding Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon. Open for me. Boom. The two attacked a certain spot together, opening up a gap. Swoosh. Before they could get out of the range of the sword attacks, a fist-sized green lotus shot over, carrying a powerful sword intent. It was unbelievably fast as it pierced through Blood Sword's shoulder. Blood splashed out from his back as Blood Sword screamed, "You dare to hurt me? From now on, I will kill all of your family members. Do you really think you can leave this place alive? Today, the mass grave will be your burial ground." Green Lotus Chi Transmutation. Sensing the power of the sword intent, Yi Chun did not perform his ace attacks anymore. Instead, he performed the basic sword movement of the Green Lotus sword arts. As he threw out a sword attack, a huge green lotus appeared in front of him. The lotus opened up, shooting out countless blue sword chi, like a porcupine shooting out its spikes. Shoo! 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 The sword chi was like rain, spreading out in the surreal space, blocking all of the two's escape routes. Ding! Dang! Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon waved their weapons, blocking out the dense sword chi. Pooh! Pooh! These sword chi were not normal sword chi, but sword chi condensed with a powerful sword intent. Each attack contained an unimaginable power, as well as an indestructible willpower. Blood Sword's right arm felt numb for a while, as his right arm had been cut off by a sword chi. The pain made his face pale. Master Blood Demon used his Blood Demon clone to block in front of him, helping him remove some of the sword chi. With their cooperation, there were also some sword wounds on his body, making him bleed profusely. Green Lotus Mountain. The sword rain had just passed when a huge green lotus-imprinted sword light tore open the surreal space, shooting out from above. The horrifying sword intent pierced through the surreal space. What a powerful sword intent! At the critical moment, a 10-meter-long bone claw blocked in front of the sword light. Kacha! The bone claw was full of cracks, shattering in all directions. Metal mentality. There is another special mentality which is very tenacious. Seeing the bone claw blocking the sword light, Yi Chun frowned slightly. Apart from the metal mentality, there was another mentality on the bone claw which was as tenacious as bones, containing a life force. A black shadow flashed, and white bone appeared in front of Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon. He looked at Yi Chun with interest. Interesting. You have already condensed a sword soul embryo at such a young age. Unfortunately, your cultivation is a bit lacking. I have a pellet here. Swallow it, and I will spare your life. Shadow explosion. Yi Chun ignored White Bone's appearance, and his body exploded in all directions. Countless shadows rushed out like a flood, drowning the three within. The sword light flashed. Blood Sword and Master Blood Demon's heads flew up, their eyes wide open. The two had just let out a sigh of relief. When they died, completely, White Bone reached out his huge hand, tearing apart a huge number of shadows. The remaining shadows merged into one, which was hundreds of meters away from White Bone. With a gloomy look in his eyes, White Bone looked at Blood Demon and Master Blood Demon's heads and said, You have missed your chance to live." Putting the greenwood sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen said indifferently, "Your power is far from enough." Seeking death, White Bone opened his mouth and roared. Both of his hands tore through the air, and dozens of white claw lights shot out. They were both heavy and light at the same time. Taking out the destruction sword, Yi Chen performed the fast mentality, shattering all of the incoming claw lights. Following the sword aura, Yi Chen rushed toward White Bone. He threw out a sword attack that seemed fast, but was actually slow. He switched from fast mentality to slow mentality without any pause in the middle. What? White Bone backed out hurriedly. During the process, his body shone with a white light, and a white bone armor made of Zhenyuan appeared on his body, blocking out Yi Chen's attack. Crack! The broken light shot out, and the speed of the Ghost General's retreat increased drastically. Chapter 352. Fast Four Swords. After the first sword, the next 3 swords were like lightning, each faster and heavier than the last. By the time of the last sword, Yi Chen's sword aura had accumulated to the limit. Like a river that had opened its floodgates, it poured down and heavily chopped on White Bone's chest. Puff! Even though he had condensed a layer of Zhenyuan armor outside his body, with a mid-grade defensive armor inside, White Bone still spurted out a mouthful of blood. His chest seemed to have been pierced through. Piercing through a small hill, White Bone's face was aghast. Was there such a fast sword art? After being hit by one sword, the next 3 were all solid, leaving him no chance to escape. Who is this guy? He actually suppressed an extreme astral reaching expert to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. He seems quite young. Around 20 years old, wearing blue clothes. If my guess is correct, it should be Yi Chen. Yi Chen, the most powerful genius in 1,000 years of Hidden Dragon list, the one who opened the Hidden Dragon secret realm, Yi Chen. It's only been 2 years. How can his battle power be so powerful? The commotion caused by the battle between the two was huge. All the astral reaching experts within dozens of li were attracted, especially the experts from the 6 great grade 6 sections. It's him. Yan Qihua's expression froze. In his line of sight, Yi Chen, dressed in blue clothes, had his left hand on his scabbard while his right hand was pointing the long sword. His pupils were as gentle as water, emitting a cold light. His body didn't move, but a sky-piercing sword aura locked onto White Bone, who was several li away. Why? Why is he progressing faster than me? Yan Qihua was extremely unconvinced. He thought that Yi Chen would at most reach the peak of early astral reaching realm, and even if he was more powerful than him, it would be limited. However, in these 2 years, not only had his cultivation base reached the peak of early astral reaching realm, his blade intent had also reached 80%, and his 9 twist fire spirit art had also reached the 8th transformation. In the floating mountain, no expert below late astral reaching realm would be his opponent. Who would have thought that not only would Yi Chen's cultivation base surpass his battle power would also be dozens of times more powerful. He could even suppress an extreme astral reaching realm expert. It should be known that there were only about 5 extreme astral reaching realm experts in the South Rudra region, and including those hidden in the dark, there wouldn't be more than 10. Meanwhile, Yan Qihua was still 4 levels away from the extreme astral reaching realm, namely late astral reaching realm, powerful astral reaching realm, peak astral reaching realm, and extreme astral reaching realm. Each level was not that easy to reach. Therefore, Yan Qihua was unconvinced. How could Yi Chen become an extreme astral reaching realm expert in one fell swoop? He must have had a great adventure. Unable to find a reason to convince himself, Yan Qihua subconsciously thought that Yi Chen had succeeded because of a great adventure. Indeed, No wonder Sikong Sheng did not stay in the South Rudra region any longer. He waited until he became the king of the young generation before leaving. It was because he knew that he could not win against Yi Chun. Only by making a breakthrough in another region would he come back and challenge Yi Chun. The king of the young generation in the South Rudra region would not change for the next 5 years. Li Daoxian tightened his left hand on the sword hilt. Li Daoxian let out a breath, and the battle intent on his body dissipated. Only his fighting spirit was burning brighter and brighter. Sai, the second core elder of the Heartless Martial School, sighed. Although he was the core elder of the Heartless Martial School, he had to admit that no one in the young generation could compete with Yi Chun. This kind of situation had not happened for hundreds of years. So many top geniuses were suppressed by an even more powerful genius, losing their splendor. Sensing Li Daoxuan's fighting spirit, he smiled. Perhaps this was also a good thing. In the young generation that had grown up with Xianhou, the lowest achievement was the Sea of Soul realm, while the highest had also entered the life and death realm. There was an insurmountable mountain, which was a lifelong challenge for the young generation. The timid ones did not even have the qualifications to look up to the mountain. Only the brave ones could surpass themselves. Her whole body was shrouded in cold qi. Bingling's skin was as white as snow, and her black pupils were like 10,000 years old ice. There was no change in her expression, as if Yi Chen's power was already within her expectations. Therefore, she was not surprised, nor was she shaken. Her heart was crystal clear. Continue to be powerful. I will chase after you. Standing on the bloody mountain peak, Bingling's temperament seemed exceptionally cold. Pa! The ground cracked, and Mo Yan's whole body froze. He unconsciously rubbed the hard rock, which was corroded into powder by Zhen Yuan. Mo Yan, the second core elder of the sky, flying demon sect, reminded him. Mo Yan woke up with a start. Second elder. The second elder said, a momentary lead does not mean a lifetime lead. Maintain your own heart. I know. Mo Yan said so, but he felt extremely sullen inwardly. His originally natural standing posture suddenly tensed up, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. How could the second elder not hear the insincerity in Mo Yan's words? He smiled bitterly and shifted his gaze to Murong Qingcheng. Before entering the blood demon battlefield, she said that she had no 10% chance. Could it be that she had met Yi Chun before? After all, who would have thought that Yi Chun could contend against extreme astral reaching experts? It should be known that Murong Qingcheng's battle strength was equivalent to a powerful astral reaching expert, and was close to peak astral reaching experts. Not even 10% chance. In the end, Murong Qingcheng had underestimated Yi Chun. In fact, she had guessed that Yi Chen's battle strength was equal to hers, and her chances of victory were not more than 10%. This was where Yi Chen's strength lay. Not to mention that their battle strength was equal. Even in a disadvantageous situation, he had the power to reverse the situation. Not to mention that his battle strength had reached the limits of astral reaching realm. Rumble! The mountain peak exploded, and Whitebone rushed out. I'll make you pay the price. The black robe on Whitebone's body was tattered, and a surging white aura soared into the horizon, tearing apart the bloody clouds. The air around the destruction sword fiercely twisted, and the cold sword light flickered. Yi Chun said indifferently, "Do you think there's any meaning in saying these words now?" As a sword artist, Yi Chun had never lacked confidence. If he couldn't defeat his opponent at the same level, it would be his failure. What was the point of defeating the weak with the strong? The 4 sword strikes just now were nothing profound. They were merely 4 quick sword strikes linked together. One less sword strike would not reach its peak, and one more would be superfluous, turning the sword aura from strong to weak. Whitebone Cage. With a cold voice, Whitebone rapidly formed seals with both hands. Following the changes of the seals, the surrounding yuan qi of the heaven and earth rapidly fluctuated. Incorporeal ripples radiated in all directions, collapsing the nearby bloody mountains and spreading cracks everywhere. Clang! In the void, countless white bones formed a huge whitebone cage. Each bone was as thick as a person's waist, circulating with a cold white light. At the same time, two mentalities pervaded the air. One was the mentality of metal, and the other was an extremely tenacious mentality. This mentality was Whitebone's unique bone mentality. Human bones were not inanimate objects and had the unique ability to slowly strengthen. Therefore, once the Whitebone cage was formed, it would only become more and more tenacious, becoming indestructible. Thus, Yichen was trapped within. Chapter 353. It seems to be the remnant of the 9 ghost cult, Whitebone Ghost General. How did he come to the Blood Demon battlefield? The Blood Demon battlefield is a chaotic place, and it is also at the border of the South River region. Whitebone Ghost General daring to appear here in broad daylight is understandable. It would have been fine if Whitebone Ghost General didn't use his ace attacks, but once he did, that unique bone mentality and Whitebone cage would be too eye-catching. It would be hard not to know his identity. Some of the knowledgeable people recognized Whitebone Ghost General at a glance, and the people beside them also understood, after being reminded. Should we surround and kill him? After killing the Whitebone Ghost General, you will be able to obtain a huge reward from the 6 great sects, including a powerful martial art. Are you crazy? Don't you see that the other 4 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors haven't made a move yet? Without them, Whitebone Ghost General could easily escape. If he escapes, don't even think about having a good life in the future. The 6 great sects won't protect your family. You're right. Moreover, for extreme astral-reaching realm warriors, the blood evil stones are more important. Wait until all the blood evil beasts are killed. Then they will make a move. I don't want to be the first one. Some of the people who were tempted immediately dispelled their impulsive thoughts, feeling a lingering fear. So, it is Whitebone Ghost General. Shin Tujue squinted his eyes. Back then, Whitebone Ghost General had killed a lot of people from the floating mountain martial school. Logically speaking, he should have made a move without hesitation. However, the blood evil beasts only appeared once in dozens of years. After this, he didn't know when he would be able to obtain enough blood evil stones. Therefore, compared to the blood evil stones, killing Whitebone Ghost General could be put aside for a while. Then, his gaze landed on Yi Chen and sneered. This kid was indeed a threat. He was only 20 years old, but he was already an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior. If he was allowed to continue growing, no one in the South River region would be able to stop him. Humph, I'll let you live a little longer. When I make my move, it will be the day of your death. Shin Tujue tightened his fist and threw out an attack. That powerful fist power contained an indestructible martial will, blowing apart the blood evil beast in front of him. Unlike Shin Tujue, the Heartless Martial School's headmaster, Pei Yudao, had his eyes fixed on Yi Chen the whole time. Strange. His sword intent is obviously not complete, but it has the trend of condensing a sword spirit. No, this sword intent is similar to the Natural Chasm Gorge's sword intent, containing the same profound of immortality. Could this be the biggest reason for him to condense his martial spirit earlier? Pei Yudao was very confused. Without the complete sword intent, it should be impossible to condense a sword spirit, even if it was just the embryonic form of a sword spirit. However, Yi Chen had done it. The sword spirit itself is not that different. They are both the embodiment of the sword will. Only the Battle King 500 years ago had created a completely different kind of sword spirit, which was immortal and indestructible. With one sword strike, the powerful sword intent had existed in the gorge for 500 years, making him one of the top 3 sword artists in the history of the true spirit continent. The first 2 were sword artists from the ancient era, while the other was the #1 sword artist in the medieval era. To be able to be on the same level as them, it was enough to prove the Battle King's achievement in the sword art. Unfortunately, after that battle 500 years ago, no one knows where the Battle King had gone or whether he was dead or alive. Pei Yudao looked at Yi Chun with a bright light in his eyes. Crack! Crack! The white bone cage was formed at an extremely fast speed. Once it was formed, it started to shrink. The sound of bones squeezing against each other could be heard continuously, which was extremely ear-piercing. Ting! The sword light shot out, and a waist-thick white bone appeared with a deep sword mark. Bone chips flew everywhere. So hard! Yi Chun was shocked. Although that sword attack just now was just a normal sword attack, under the infusion of sword intent, even a peak astral reaching expert would be heavily wounded. But a white bone condensed from Zhen Yuan had blocked it. How could he not be shocked? White Bone Ghost General laughed. Give up struggling. If your cultivation base were a bit higher, you might be able to break through the white bone cage. Unfortunately, you're only a mid-astral reaching expert. Relying on the quality of Zhen Yuan, you have such battle power. However, the gap between realms isn't that easy to make up for. Peak late astral reaching experts, Zhen Yuan output far exceeds mid-astral reaching experts. The difference in realms was not only the difference in the quality and quantity of Zhen Yuan, but also in many details. For example, the output of Zhen Yuan. If a late astral reaching expert could output 10 units of Zhen Yuan in a split second, then a mid-astral reaching expert could output 8 to 9 units at most. White Bone Ghost General's cultivation base had long since reached the peak late astral reaching realm. Under his all-out Zhen Yuan output, he could create a huge white bone cage. If an ordinary mid-astral reaching expert or even late astral reaching expert were to be trapped inside, they wouldn't even be able to come out within 2 to 4 hours, unless White Bone stopped his Zhen Yuan output. Not necessarily. Bang! One of the white bones was covered in cracks, seeming to be on the verge of collapse. What? White Bone Ghost General almost bit the tip of his tongue. The speed at which his 2 hands formed seals increased, and the abundant Zhen Yuan passed through the seals, adding to the white bone cage in a strange way. The white bone cage shrunk smaller and smaller, eventually maintaining a width of 5 meters. Putting the destruction sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chun held the greenwood sword in his hand. The greenwood sword was compatible with the green lotus sword arts, complementing each other. As the sword slashed out, a green radiance pervaded the air, and a huge green lotus was imprinted on the cold sword light. With a thunderous momentum, it heavily slashed at a certain point on the white bone cage. Kacha! This point seemed to be the weak point of the white bone cage. Finger-thick cracks rapidly spread out, and the place where the force was applied even bulged outwards. You can't break through the white bone cage. Die! White Bone Ghost General's 10 fingers cracked open, and blood spurted out. The speed of Zhen Yuan output suddenly doubled, and in about 3 breaths' time, his 10 fingers pressed together, letting out a small explosive sound as he roared, white bone piercing spikes. Puff, 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 puff. Several meters, long bone spikes appeared in the white bone cage. Some were long, some were short, some were thick, and some were thin. Some were straight like spears, some were curved like blades, some had forks at the front, and some even produced violent explosions, sending tiny bone spikes flying in all directions. Green Lotus Chi transformation. Explode. Being in the middle of the white bone cage, No matter how fast Yi Chen's sword speed was, it would be impossible for him to block out all the attacks coming from all directions. He was not in a hurry at all. The greenwood sword circled around his body, and countless green lotuses appeared out of nowhere. The lotuses expanded, and countless sword chi blossomed, welcoming the attacks coming from all directions. If the storm was extremely noisy, then the sound of Yi Chen blocking out the bone spikes was dozens of times louder than the storm. The concentrated sound of the spikes spread out, and if it were a normal person, even just hearing the sound would make their heart speed up, and they would die on the spot. Green lotus accumulation. Shrinking his soul power into a 5-meter radius, Yi Chen quickly found a huge flaw while blocking out the bone spikes. This flaw existed at the same time as the white bone cage's attack, and was the side effect of the Jin Yuan change. Of course, if the white bone ghost general did not attack Yi Chen within 3 or 4 sword attacks, Yi Chen would still be able to break out of the cage. Cutting down the incoming bone spikes, Yi Chen stabbed his sword into the white bone. A dot of blue light lit up on the tip of the sword, and a green lotus rapidly expanded from that. It forcibly broke the white bone cage and exploded, shooting out towards the white bone ghost general, who was hundreds of meters away. Chin. The shockwave spread out, and the white bone ghost general's seal formation was forcibly broken. The white bone cage shattered by itself, turning into Jin Yuan and normal natural Yuan Qi, disappearing into the surreal space. After breaking out of the cage, Yi Chen did not even think before performing the 8th movement of the Green Lotus sword arts, the Green Lotus sprouting, which was also his most powerful sword movement. The sword light crisscrossed, incomparably powerful. The white bone ghost general had the thought of retreating. Yi Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. Today, he finally understood the terror of the #1 genius of South River region. If he didn't retreat, he would very likely be injured if the battle dragged on. In the eyes of numerous astral-reaching experts, he would definitely be the target to be rewarded. He had no choice but to consider it. Using killing moves one after another, the white bone ghost general counteracted the sword light. Not good. The sword light was shattered and turned into an even more powerful sword light. Caught off guard, the white bone armor on white bone's body exploded. The mid-rank defensive great armor neutralized a part of the power, and the rest of the power poured into his body. Puff, spurting out a mouthful of blood, the white bone ghost general had at least 4 or 5 of his ribs broken, and one of them had pierced into his internal organs. Even the slightest movement would cause a heart-wrenching pain. Towering green lotus. The green lotus germination was just a part of the process. The second half of the green lotus skysoar was the essence of the 8th style. The sword beam shone brightly like a towering tree devouring white bone. It rushed into the mountain a mile away and quickly took root. From afar, the gigantic sword beam looked like a towering tree, and white bone was at the roots of the tree, looking extremely pathetic. Blood spurted out from his 7 orifices as he shattered the sword light. Just as he was about to rush out of the mountain, a blood light suddenly flickered, and a slender blood shadow pierced through the ghost general's head. By the time the slender blood shadow left, the ghost general had already turned into a dried corpse without any signs of life. The ghost general of a generation was ultimately killed by the blood evil beast. It could not be denied that it was an irony. Huff, letting out a breath, Yi Chen relaxed his taut nerves. The white bone ghost general was different from the blood demon. He was a veteran extreme astral reaching expert. Even if his battle power had greatly increased and he didn't fear any extreme astral reaching expert, killing the white bone ghost general would still be a very difficult task. After killing the white bone ghost general, the color of the blood evil beast became increasingly rich. It unexpectedly swept towards Yi Chen, its wriggling body streaking through the air without a single air-piercing sound. Die! At this moment, Yi Chen didn't fear the blood-evil beast at all. Without retreating or dodging, he quickly slashed out with his sword. Puff! The sword light cleaved open the blood-evil beast's body. However, the blood-evil beast's recovery power was even higher than the blood demon's, and it soon recovered to its original state. Yi Chen was already mentally prepared. The seventh style of the Green Lotus sword art, Green Lotus Sky, froze the blood-evil beast's body. Countless green lotuses turned into sword chi, cutting the blood-evil beast into nothingness. Pata! A blood-red stone fell off. Yi Chen could see the extraordinariness of the stone, so he tried to absorb it. Little bastard, you don't have the qualifications to obtain the blood-evil stone. Leave it to me, Shun Tu Jue. A huge hand burning, with Shun Yuan pierced through the air, grabbing the blood-evil stone before retreating. It was precisely Shun Tu Jue who had seized the opportunity. Chapter 354. Let go. How could Yi Chen allow Shun Tu Jue to snatch his things? Seeing that the Shun Yuan giant hand was about to return to its starting point, Yi Chen didn't have time to think. His left index finger pointed in the air, and a deep azure sword chi shot out. It was precisely the increasingly powerful Green Lotus sword chi. Pung! The Green Lotus sword chi cut on the Shun Yuan giant hand one after another, bursting forth with Shun Yuan sparks. The intense shockwave collapsed the nearby mountains. Come back! The Shun Yuan giant hand shattered, and the infant fist-sized blood-evil stone turned into a bloodline, falling in Yi Chen's hand. What a fierce evil chi! As soon as the blood-evil stone entered his hand, a strand of evil chi drilled into Yi Chen's mind, attacking him again and again. Fortunately, Yi Chen's sword intent was extraordinary, easily guarding his mind and soul. No matter how the evil chi attacked, he remained unmoved. The surrounding astral-reaching experts were stupefied. What kind of person was Shun Tu Jue? He was the core elder of Floating Mountain, one of the extreme astral-reaching experts of South Rudra region. With a single word, his subordinates could annihilate a grade 7 sect. Undersea of Soul Realm, there was almost no one and no power in South Rudra region that could threaten him. And now, Yi Chen actually dared to resist Shun Tu Jue. It should be known that Shun Tu Jue was different from Whitebone Ghost General. The latter was a loner, while the former was peak in both strength and power. The spirit of South Rudra region's #1 genius is indeed extraordinary. With such spirit, as long as he doesn't die, he will certainly have great accomplishments in the future. At this moment, the powerful astral-reaching experts of Blood Demon Battlefield recognized Yi Chen for the first time and were impressed by his bearing and courage. Shun Tu Jue's face alternated between green and red as he said in a low voice, "Little bastard, don't think that you can escape with your life just because you have the strength of an extreme astral-reaching expert. I'll let you know right now what it means to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot." As his voice faded, Shun Tu Jue's body shook, causing the void to sway as he threw a punch at Yi Chen. Rumble! This punch contained the unparalleled, heavy concept of Earth. Under the reinforcement of Yi Chen's martial will, the air exploded layer by layer and extended rapidly toward Yi Chen. As he floated in midair, Yi Chen wasn't afraid in the slightest. With a flick of his wrist, sword lights rose explosively, and one could faintly see that the surface of every sword light of various sizes was branded with a lifelike azure lotus. Dong! The earth split apart. Yi Chen and Shun Tu Jue both slid back a dozen steps, the tyrannical shock waves constantly pressuring their bodies. What a strong will! It's like a great river. This was the first time Yi Chen had felt the power of will from a martial artist. It was different from the extremely condensed sword intent. Although the martial artist's will was integrated into one, it had a huge range, and it had the feeling of suppressing others with its power. Because of this, although Yi Chen's willpower was inferior to Shintaju's, he was able to contend against his opponent in terms of offense. And Shintaju's eyebrows twitched. 5 years ago, he had obtained a blood evil stone, and the total amount of his martial will far surpassed other martial artists of the same level. Although his martial will wasn't as concentrated as his sword will, no matter what, his cultivation and realm surpassed Yi Chen's. Interesting. If you can receive my next attack, I'll let you die a quick death. I'll only kill half of the people related to you. Shintaju fiercely raised his chi and pushed his hands upwards. A vast and terrifying power rose up, causing the surrounding area to tremble and the air to distort. Seeing Shintaju's strange state, the Fire Spirit Hall's Grand Elder Qi Jin Yen was somewhat puzzled. It seemed that his opponent was going to use that strange martial art. However, was Yi Chen worth it? In Qi Jin Yan's view, besides his sword intent and sword moves, Yi Chen didn't have any other strong points. Dragon Elephant Strength Technique. As Shintaju's voice resounded, waves of majestic dragon roars and elephant trumpeting sounds that ordinary people couldn't hear came from his body. Floating in the air, Shintaju's aura rose endlessly, as if he was the center of this area, the king of this area. Kacha! Stretching out his right hand, Shintaju exerted strength in his arm, uprooting a nearby mountain that was thousands of meters tall, and throwing it towards Yi Chen. The scene of a mountain flying at several times the speed of sound was too terrifying. In the air, thunder and lightning intersected, and dark clouds covered the sky, as if the end of the world had arrived. All sound was isolated outside. Nothing could be heard, nothing could be felt, and even time seemed to have stopped. In the distance, Emo Yen sneered. As an elder of the sky-flying demon martial school, he had some understanding of the top martial arts of all the rank 6 martial schools. The martial art that Shintaju had used was not unique to the floating mountain martial school, but a powerful supplementary martial art that he had obtained by chance. It was said that once this martial art was used, the power would increase by 10 times, and it would have the power of Dragon Elephant. Tearing mountains and splitting the earth would be a piece of cake. 5 years ago, Shintaju was an extreme astral reaching expert second only to Pei Yudao. Now that his power has increased by a lot, he has even surpassed Pei Yudao. Yi Chen will definitely not be able to block him. Emo Yan's eyes were burning with passion, looking forward to the scene of Yi Chen being crushed into a bloody pulp. Dragon Elephant Strength Technique. For some reason, Yi Chen thought of the unknown fist art that he had bought in the Martial City Trading Palace. The first 2 words of that fist art were also Dragon Elephant. The flying mountain was too big, covering more than 10 li. Even if Yi Chen's speed was faster, he wouldn't be able to avoid it, and would instead be at a disadvantage. Therefore, facing such a huge monster, Yi Chen could only do one thing, and that was to face it with all his strength. Shu! Chin! Putting the greenwood sword back into its scabbard, the thunder sword came out of its scabbard. The green lotus Zhen Yuan inside. Yi Chen's body was pushed to the limit, and the strength that he normally didn't use was also brought out, gathering on his right arm. With a creaking sound, Yi Chen's right arm swelled up. The powerful muscles pushed up his clothes, filling it with a layer of jade color. Sky-shattering clouds. Exerting strength from his waist, the power traveled along his spine to his right arm. Yi Chen held the sword with both hands, and the sword carried the might of thunder as it heavily chopped towards the mountain. Crack! The sword light was like a thunderbolt hitting the weakest part of the mountain. No sound came out because it had already been annihilated. In the sky, one after another, soundless thunder rumbled down like rain. In the next second, the sky was filled with broken rocks like a fountain spraying towards the sky. Each piece contained an astonishing amount of electricity. Blocked it? Mo Yan's gloating expression stiffened. Shintaju's expression froze. Then he roared, "Let's see how you block it this time." Rumble! Two mountains were uprooted, smashing towards Yi Chun from both sides. Chop! Green lotus seizing light. The green wood sword was unsheathed, and Yi Chun chopped out with the thunder sword in his right hand, while his right hand raised the greenwood sword to block. A several-meter-wide green lotus appeared in the air, looking vivid and lifelike. A sharp green chi spread out, forming a tough defensive area. Buzz! The mountain on the right shattered, while the mountain on the left smashed into the green lotus. From afar, Yi Chen's figure could not be seen at all. After all, compared to the 1,000-meter-tall, several-meter-wide mountain, the several-meter-wide green lotus, and the 2-meter-tall, Yi Chen looked very small. Without considering the result, it could be described as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The green wood sword trembled, and the momentum of the mountain was reduced, bouncing back in the opposite direction. After smashing the flying mountain into pieces with a palm, Shintaju was just about to make his move. Suddenly, a slender blood shadow scuttled out from a relatively larger boulder inside the mountain. This blood shadow's body was like a snake, but its front end began to have the shape of a beast. There were even two tiny front limbs growing out of its body. Semi-beast, blood-evil beast. Among the blood-evil beasts, the beast blood-evil beasts were the most powerful, and the demi-beast blood-evil beasts were second. Normal blood-evil beasts had long bodies. In terms of battling power, any extreme astral-reaching realm warrior could beat it. Shoo! The demi-beast blood-evil beast shot out, trying to devour Shintaju. Not good. Shintaju was very clear about the power of the demi-beast blood-evil beast, which was powerful enough to compete with the most powerful extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. As for the beast blood-evil beasts, no one under the Sea of Souls realm could rival them. They were rather nature-defying existences and could not be easily seen. Otherwise, even 5 or 6 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors would not be its opponent. Dragon Elephant Shield. With a wave of his hands, the air in front of Shintaju's chest twisted. A mighty dragon roar, an elephant cry soared into the sky, blocking out the demi-beast blood-evil beast's attack. Boom! After his defense was shattered, Shintaju's face turned pale as he was blown back. It is a demi-beast blood-evil beast. The white-robed blade, artist's breathing accelerated. Goldrock chuckled. The blood-evil stone inside the demi-beast blood-evil beast is 3 to 4 times more effective than normal stones. As long as I can get one, condensing the blade soul would not be a problem at all. I might even be able to condense the blade soul in one go. Then, reaching the Sea of Souls realm in the future would not be that hard anymore. The blood-evil stone was too important for astral-reaching realm warriors. Without enough blood-evil stone to refine their willpower, they would have to rely on their own efforts. Warriors who were not that talented would never be able to reach the Sea of Souls realm. Therefore, this blood-evil stone was something that the white-robed blade artist had to obtain. Silent Sword. Pei Yudao was the first to attack. He immediately used the ace attack of the emotionless sword arts. The sword light was extremely condensed, and it was completely silent. Shoo! A sword mark appeared on the demi-beast blood evil beast's forehead. Such a powerful defense. Frowning, Pei Yudao made up his mind and burned his Shenyuan to its limit. His body flashed as he charged toward the demi-beast blood evil beast. Pei Yudao, this blood evil beast does not belong to you alone. The other 3 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors also attacked. This blood-red stone is not a simple item. It has the effect of training the willpower, and this blood evil beast is several times more powerful than normal ones. the blood-red stone inside. Its body should be even more effective. I cannot let it go. Well, power and sword intent were two different concepts. A powerful will did not mean a powerful sword intent, but a powerful will meant that the potential of the sword intent would be correspondingly powerful, and the speed of training would be a lot faster. Moreover, Yi Chun had some understanding of Shun Tujue's willpower. It should be pure willpower, and there would not be many changes. Once the blood-red stone landed in their hands, it could easily increase their willpower, unlike the sword intent, which had a transformation process. Therefore, the blood-red stone could increase the power of Shun Tujue and the others even faster. It would be a bit difficult for sword artists to use it. Understanding the key, Yi Chun started to calculate, planning to snatch the food from the tiger's mouth. Chapter 355. Yi Chun did not rush up immediately. He was very clear that the beast was not that easy to deal with. If he went up now, it would be useless. This was going to be a long battle. Extinguishing his burning Zhen Yuan, Yi Chun swallowed a meridian-repairing pill. Then, he coldly watched the fierce battle between the beast and the two. Damn it! A few miles away, Shun Tujue spat out a mouthful of blood. The full power attack from the beast had left him with a light injury. Fortunately, this injury was nothing. What made him angry was that because of the appearance of the beast, he was faced with two choices: to kill Yi Chun or to snatch the blood evil stone from the beast. It had to be known that this blood evil stone was equivalent to 3 or 4 ordinary blood evil stones. Moreover, its evil chi was much purer and easier to use. If he missed this opportunity, it would be hard to get another one in the future. Count yourself lucky. After hesitating for a while, Shun Tujue turned around and pounced at the beast. Compared to killing Yi Chun, fighting for the blood evil stone was more attractive. Get lost! The vigorous dragon form technique was pushed to its peak. Every move of Shun Tujue's contained the power of the dragon and elephant. He punched out, causing the void to tremble. The white-robed bladesman, who was fighting with the blood evil beast, was shaken to the side, allowing him to snatch an excellent position. The white-robed blade artist's face turned gloomy. In terms of strength, although he was not as strong as Shun Tujue, who had condensed the embryonic form of his martial spirit, the gap was very small. If he could not beat his opponent, then Shun Tujue would not be able to do anything to him. What he was afraid of was Shun Tujue's identity as the core elder of Floating Mountain. One blade 7 flashes. With a domineering look in his eyes, the white-robed blade artist waved his blade towards the beast and Shun Tujue. 7 blade lights flashed continuously, dazzling the eyes of the surrounding people. You're courting death. The tyrannical marshal will not only amplified Shun Tujue's attack, it also amplified his defense. Moreover, the white-robed bladesman still had some misgivings in his heart, and did not focus all of his attacks on Shun Tujue's body. He only brushed past Shun Tujue slightly. Therefore, apart from the distortion of his protective Zhen Yuan, Shun Tujue did not receive any injuries. Even so, Shun Tujue still flew into a rage and listed the white-robed bladesman as a must-kill target. The white-robed bladesman said coldly, "Ever since I, Wang Pao, comprehended saber intent, I have never feared anyone. Shun Tujue, if you want to fight, I will accompany you." Wang Pao, just you wait. Shun Tujue issued a warning. The two of them spoke ruthlessly, but in fact, they did not intend to fight immediately. If they could get the blood evil stone from the half-beast blood evil beast, it would be more meaningful than killing 100 people. Noticing this scene, Yi Chun revealed a pensive expression. It seemed like this Shun Tujue had been in a high position for a long time and did not put anyone outside of the rank 6 martial schools in his eyes. No matter what he did, he would not allow others to resist. Unfortunately, as an extreme astral-reaching blade artist, how could he not have his own dignity? The enemy of an enemy was a friend. Shoo! Right at this moment, Pei Yudao used his most powerful ace. The long sword in his hand trembled, and a cold star suddenly appeared, shooting towards the center of the half-beast blood evil beast's body, where the blood evil stone was located. With a puff sound, the cold star pierced through the half-beast's body. However, the opponent's movements were extremely fast. With a slight twist of its body, the cold star merely brushed past the blood evil stone. Looking at it with the naked eye, one could clearly see the blood evil stone on the other side of the hole. Pei Yudao sighed inwardly. The cold star sword art was the 10th movement of the emotionless sword art. The sword chi condensed into a single point, unstoppable and unstoppable. Its only weakness was that the point of attack was too small, and if one missed, it would not cause too much damage. Of course, if he could train the cold star sword art to the highest level, then the only weakness would disappear, and he would be able to create an explosion within his opponent's body. However, the emotionless sword art only had 11 movements in total, and each one was harder to train than the previous one. The 10th movement, the emotionless sword art, was even more powerful than the 8th movement of a normal top-rank Earth Realm sword art. With his talent in sword arts, there was no way for him to comprehend the cold star sword art all of a sudden. After all, he had only been given the emotionless sword art when he became a core master and had not been training since he was young, taking chestnuts out of the fire. On the other side, the core master of the Fire Spirit Palace, Gold Rock, saw that Pei Yudao had almost gotten the blood evil stone. He could not keep his cool anymore. He twirled the long blade in his hand, and the blade chi rotated, stabbing towards the location of the blood evil stone inside the beast's body. Dragon Elephant attack. The blade chi was shattered. It was Shun Tujue who had attacked. His right hand was empty, and the fist power he had thrown out was extremely powerful. The beast's body had been shattered, and the blood evil stone could be vaguely seen. Gold Rock was filled with hatred in his heart. However, if it were him, he would have done the same thing. Compared to a pure blood evil stone, why would he care about feelings? Were feelings more important than power? Therefore, he remained calm and collected and continued to attack the beast. Shun Tujue was about to attack again and fight for the possession of the blood evil stone. However, the white-robed blade artist suddenly threw out 7 blade attacks at the same spot, blasting the blood evil stone out. "It's mine! Mine! Who dares to fight with me?" The 4 of them had all gone crazy. Before, they were still holding back, but now they were attacking anyone they saw. The situation was extremely chaotic. "Here's my chance." Yi Chen's eyes brightened. The Zheng Yuan in his body operated according to the separating shadow-flying arts circulation method. In the next second, his body exploded, and layers of shadows poured down like a flood, drowning the beast and the other 3. Shoo! Within the countless shadows, Yi Chen's real body approached the blood evil stone at a fast speed. "Brat, you are looking for death." Gold Rock was also nearby. With bloodshot eyes, he performed the flash kill golden flame cut. Compared to Yan Chihua's, Gold Rock's flash kill golden flame cut was more than 10 times more powerful, and its speed had also increased by several folds. "I have to take this blade attack." As thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Chen barely lifted up his left index finger and pointed it at the blade light. Shoo! His fingertip was cut open, causing strands of blood to float in the air. However, Yi Chen's expression didn't change at all. Under his intentional control, the thunder sword twisted into an arc, causing the sword chi to circle around and bounce back the blood evil stone. Rumble! A large number of shadows were cleared out as Shen Tujue rushed over. Seeing Yi Chen's hand, he was so angry that his 3 corpses flew into a rage. Without a second thought, he punched out. Holding the blood evil stone tightly in his left hand, Yi Chen forcibly took on Shen Tujue's full power attack. Puff! Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen's figure shot out, leaving the battle circle. "Where do you think you're going?" Pei Yudao and the white-robed blade artist cleared out the remaining shadows and chased after Shen Tujue and Gold Rock. The situation had turned into a 4-on-1 situation. As for the half-beast Blood Evil Beast, after losing the Blood Evil Stone, its vitality was greatly injured, and it could no longer pose any threat. Run! Without any other thoughts, the only thing Yi Chen could do was run. With 4 extreme astral-reaching experts joining hands, no one could stop them. Using the separating shadow flying art to its limit, Yi Chen's body seemed like a wisp of black smoke. With a few flickers, he had already fled 7 to 8 li away. "Brat, leave the Blood Evil Stone, and I can save your life." Pei Yudeo's voice was heard. Yi Chen replied, "Treasures belong to the fated. No one can blame anyone else." "Then don't blame me for being ruthless." Pei Yudeo's long sword trembled as he performed an extremely frightening Cold Star Sword. The speed of the Cold Star Sword was far faster than Yi Chen's. It was as if the stars in the sky had flashed once. A finger-sized hole appeared on Yi Chen's protective Zhenyuan, piercing through his abdomen. So powerful! Yi Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. His left hand continuously pointed, stopping the bleeding wound. 1 blade 7 flashes. The white-robed blade artist's eyes flickered with hesitation, but he resolutely waved his long blade. Dodging 5 blade lights, the remaining 2 landed on Yi Chen's back. Fortunately, Yi Chen was wearing a mid-rank defensive armor, so the blade light couldn't break through it and hit Yi Chen's body. However, the power contained in the blade light made him puke out 3 mouthfuls of blood, which was not a light injury. "Brat, your strength is not bad. This Blood Evil Stone is yours. Wang Pao, will not chase you anymore." Putting his long blade back into its scabbard, the white-robed blade artist stopped chasing. "Many thanks." Yi Chen didn't blame him for injuring him. If it were him, he would have done the same. Shen Tujue's eyes narrowed, remembering the white-robed blade artist in his heart. His left hand shot out a dragon-shaped shockwave, while his right hand raised into the air and heavily smashed down. An elephant condensed from Zhenyuan fell from the sky, suppressing the flying Yi Chen. Shadow explosion. In this critical moment, Yi Chen once again performed the ultimate skill of the separating shadow movement art. His human figure flickered, exploding out fiercely. His real body barely dodged the elephant condensed from Zhenyuan. However, the dragon-shaped shockwave was even more frightening than the elephant condensed from Zhenyuan. It opened its mouth, and all the shadows were destroyed, leaving only Yi Chen's real body. Instant kill fire dragon chop. Gold Rock grasped the opportunity, waving out a dragon-shaped blade light. The blade light flashed, wrapping around Yi Chen, and ruthlessly brushed past him. "Ha! Brat, let's see where you can run to." Facing the repeated attacks, Yi Chen's speed had dropped by a lot. Gradually, the other 3 caught up. Shen Tujue said, while attacking, "Yi Chen, it's not easy for you to grow to where you are today. Give me the Blood Evil Stone, and I can protect your life." Shen Tujue shouldn't even think about killing you. Pei Yudao transmitted his Zhenyuan to Yi Chen. In his opinion, Yi Chen, who was at the end of his rope, would not refuse his good intentions. Yi Chen's expression was firm. "I'm sorry. If I can't even grasp the opportunity when it falls into my hands, how can I talk about growth?" Hearing this, Pei Yudao sighed. and killing intent condensed in his eyes. Pung! As soon as he finished speaking, blood flowed out of Yi Chen's 7 orifices. It was Shen Tujue who had launched an attack on him. The incomparably berserk power penetrated through the mid-grade armor, causing him serious internal injuries. This won't do. If this goes on, I'll be beaten to death. Looks like I have no choice but to use that move. I must succeed. Yi Chen knew his situation better than anyone else. Without 2 or 3 moves, he would not even have the strength to fight back. Therefore, he had to break away from the 3's pursuit in the shortest time possible. The only way for him to break away from the pursuit was his newly created move. This move was still not proficient and had a high failure rate. Otherwise, he would have used it long ago, instead of waiting until now. Bang! Under Yi Chen's control, his protective Zhun Yuan collapsed with a loud bang, turning into specks of light that floated around him. The specks of light combined together, forming layers of sword light that surrounded him. Quick! Raising the index and middle fingers of his right hand, Yi Chen controlled the sword light and pointed it forward. Chapter 356. Hum! 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 Waves of sword cries resounded as the sword light wrapped around Yi Chen and shot out. It was as if an aurora had pierced through heaven and earth, traveling several li in an instant. Success! Yi Chen was overjoyed. His consciousness sunk into his body, and he immediately felt the green lotus Zhun Yuan turn into Zhun Yuan threads, continuously fusing into the sword light and propelling his body forward. At this moment, his speed doubled. What? The 3 behind him were shocked. Before, their speed was still above Yi Chen's, and they were about to catch up. But they did not expect that Yi Chen had performed some kind of secret art, and his speed had skyrocketed, leaving them 2 miles behind in the blink of an eye. Damn it, we can't let this kid get away. Shen Tujue roared. The martial will that had condensed into the embryonic form of his martial spirit was added to his Zhun Yuan, and his flying speed also increased drastically. Although he could not catch up to Yi Chen immediately, he did not think that Yi Chen would be able to persist. As long as he did not fall too far behind, he would eventually catch up. Pei Yudao and Gold Rock had also cultivated some secret techniques to increase their speed, so they were far behind Yi Chen and Shen Tujue. There's a conveyor gate below. After flying for several hundred li, Yi Chen gradually felt that he couldn't take it anymore. Seeing a conveyor gate below, he dived down without thinking. Puchi, the incomparably sharp sword light, wrapped around Yi Chen, slicing through several high-rank blood demons. Less than 10 meters away from the conveyor gate, Yi Chen immediately stopped the flow of Zhun Yuan, dispersed the sword light around him, and stepped into the blood-red whirlpool. On one of the islands of the Bloodstone Islands, Yi Chen's figure appeared out of nowhere. Shen Tujue was only thrown a few dozen li away by me. After 6 or 7 breaths, he will be transported out. Ambushing him here will only cause him some injuries at most, and won't be able to kill him in one go. Once I'm entangled with him, the other 2 will come out, and it will be too late. The thought of ambushing him flashed through his mind, but Yi Chen immediately rejected it. He flew towards the boundless lake, making everyone on the island confused. Not long after, Shen Tujue was teleported out. Which direction did that kid escape to? Grabbing an astral reaching expert with his Zhun Yuan hand, Shen Tujue sternly shouted. The captured astral reaching realm warrior pointed to the left in panic. There! Humph! Tossing the other party aside, Shen Tujue burst forth with speed, heading in the direction the other party was pointing at. Soon after, Pei Yudao and Gold Rock came out. The people in the vicinity observed their expressions, and hurriedly pointed in the direction that Yi Chen and Shen Tujue had left. When the 2 of them walked far away, the crowd started discussing. What's going on? The core elders of the 3-rank-6 sects seem to be chasing after that young man. It's probably a conflict of interest. Conflict of interests? That young man is merely 20 years old, yet he managed to provoke 3 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors to hunt him down. No matter what the consequences are, this kind of means is enough to make people gasp in admiration. Above the boundless Star Region Lake, Yi Chen's body was sparkling. His Junyuan kept shattering and splashing everywhere. Sure enough, the sword light flying art is still very unstable. Being able to use it before was largely due to luck. The sword light flying art was a secret art that Yi Chen had created when he felt that his attack speed surpassed his movement speed. The key point of this secret art was to link his body with the condensed sword light and then launch an attack. In this way, he could theoretically catch up to the speed of the attack. However, Yi Chen was still unable to perfectly link his body with the sword light. The balance between the two was hard to grasp. My speed is only a bit slower than Shen Tuju's. If I keep this distance, he won't be able to lock onto me and launch an effective attack. Unable to use the sword light flying art, Yi Chen wasn't impatient. Blazing Junyuan, his figure turned into a wisp of black smoke, lightly sweeping through the air. 20 li away, Shen Tuju saw Yi Chen's figure from afar. His voice, wrapped in Junyuan, transmitted out at an unimaginable speed. Leave behind the blood evil stone. Otherwise, today will be the day of your death. Yi Chen didn't say a word. Bastard, go die! Shen Tuju punched out. The boundless fist energy was like a long dragon, rapidly approaching Yi Chen. Pung! His protective Zhen Yuan slightly distorted. Under the effect of the fist energy, Yi Chen's speed didn't decrease, but instead increased, increasing the distance between him and Shen Tuju. Damn it! Shen Tuju clearly understood what was going on. Although an extreme astral-reaching expert's attack was powerful, if the distance was too far, there was no way to guarantee 100% of its might. When that fist landed on Yi Chen's body, it only had 30% of its might remaining. Since his attack couldn't do anything to Yi Chen, Shen Tuju didn't waste any more time. He focused all his attention on increasing his speed, closing the distance bit by bit. Dozens of li behind Shen Tuju, Pei Yudao and Gold Rock caught up one after the other. In the blood demon battlefield, blood evil beasts would only appear once every few decades. Each time, they would appear at most a dozen or so. They and the deceased white-bone ghost general had killed 11 blood evil beasts in total. The remaining ones were hidden in the depths and weren't easy to find. Moreover, even if they killed all the remaining blood evil beasts, the blood evil stone they could obtain wouldn't even be worth half of that blood evil stone. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mobilized so many people to chase after Yi Chen. If I knew it would be so troublesome, I would have joined hands with Shen Tuju to kill this kid. Activating his Junyuan, Gold Rock thought bitterly. Pei Yudao wasn't too angry. What should be his would be his in the end. What shouldn't be his, as long as he tried his best, everything would be fine. The 4, one in front and one in the back, flew at extreme speed. Passing astral-reaching experts, upon seeing this scene, all stopped in the vicinity, looking at each other in astonishment. Unknowingly, several hours had passed, and the sun was slowly setting in the west. Stuffing a Junyuan replenishing 7-star pill and a Meridian repairing Wonder Spirit pill, Yi Chen turned his head to look back. Shen Tuju was persistently chasing after him. The distance between the two was gradually closing in on the 10 li mark. At this moment, neither side was burning Junyuan. Astral-reaching experts rarely burned Junyuan for more than half an hour, as doing so would result in enormous side effects. Yi Chen was able to maintain a distance of more than 10 li thanks to his tyrannical body. to a certain extent, he could burn Zhen Yuan for a quarter of an hour more than Shen Tuju. Otherwise, he would have been overtaken 2 hours ago. The Blood Demon battlefield is at the border of South Rudra region. After a few hours of flying, I should be 60 to 70,000 li away from South Rudra region. At Yi Chen's level, the speed of rushing at full speed was extremely frightening. Of course, very few people would rush at full speed under normal circumstances. This was due to endurance. Another few hours passed by, and it was already deep into the night. Ha, little bastard, let's see where you can run now. Dragon Elephant Strike. Closing the distance of 7 to 8 li, Shen Tuju raised his Zhen Yuan and punched at Yi Chen. Pung. After half a day of rushing, Yi Chen was already exhausted. Adding the numerous attacks he had received before, the internal and external injuries were constantly corroding his body. His soul power had clearly sensed Shen Tuju's attack, but he was unable to effectively dodge it, and thus received the punch. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen's mind was a bit muddled. Hold on a little longer. Relying on his powerful sword will, Yi Chen bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to be clear-headed. He numbly operated his Zhen Yuan, maintaining his peak speed. Shen Tuju was also very tired. However, he believed that the first to fall would be Yi Chen. Suppress for me. Raising his right hand, he smashed down from the air, and an elephant condensed from Zhen Yuan loudly descended. Break. Gathering his remaining strength, Yi Chen pulled out the thunder sword and slashed at the Zhen Yuan elephant. Rumble! A powerful shockwave radiated out, and Yi Chen's figure swayed incessantly. Shen Tuju once again caught up to him. The distance between the two was less than 5 li. Damn it, my Zhen Yuan is about to be exhausted. The 7-star pill could indeed replenish Zhen Yuan, but there was a subtle conversion process involved. After such a long time of rushing, the impurities within Yi Chen's body were quite numerous. His Zhen Yuan refining speed was horrifyingly slow, and it had already reached the point of being one disaster after another. On the other hand, Shen Tuju was at the peak of late astral reaching realm after all. His Zhen Yuan was a bit more vigorous than Yi Chen's, and there was no lack of better pills than the 7-star pill in Floating Mountain. Therefore, his situation was much better than Yi Chen's. Seeing Yi Chen's speed slowing down, Shen Tuju was overjoyed. Pei Yudao and the Gold Rock were dozens of li away from them. After killing Yi Chen, the Blood Evil Stone inside the half-beast Blood Evil Beast's body was clearly his. In the future, he could rely on this Blood Evil Stone to condense a true martial soul. Laughing heartily, Shen Tuju didn't attack Yi Chen. He wanted to maintain his Zhen Yuan advantage and couldn't waste it. Inside his dantian, the Zhen Yuan core started to dim. The green lotus sword chi that was revolving around the core seemed to have sensed that Zhen Yuan was running out, so it started to shatter in an orderly manner, merging with the core and barely providing enough Zhen Yuan for Yi Chen. However, if it went on like this, the Zhen Yuan formed by the green lotus sword chi would not be able to last for too long. 1 disappeared, 2 disappeared, 3 disappeared, 6 disappeared. Only 1 green lotus sword chi remains. In the Blood Demon battlefield, Yi Chen had used a total of 2 green lotus sword chi. Of the remaining 7, 6 had been transformed into pure green lotus Zhen Yuan, and only 1 remained, revolving around the Zhen Yuan core. Just as he was about to reach the end of the line, a huge fog suddenly appeared before him. Yi Chen did not even think about it before rushing in. Where do you think you're going? Shen Tuju didn't think too much and charged into the fog. Something's wrong. The next moment, Shen Tuju's face was overwhelmed with shock as he shot out. Looking around, Shen Tuju muttered, "This is the Star Regional Lakes Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. a path of no return for astral-reaching experts. I almost fell in. Soon, Pei Yudao and Gold Rock appeared. Gold Rock said doubtfully, "Shen Tuju, I lost him." Pei Yudao shook his head with a grave expression. "This is the Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. It's 30,000 li wide. Even Sea of Soul realm experts would have to spend a long time to come out." Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. The night was too dark, and Gold Rock didn't pay much attention to it. Hearing Pei Yudao's words, he immediately discovered the abnormality of the fog. The radiating of his spirit power was unexpectedly restricted by 90%. Normally, he could radiate 10 li, but now he could only radiate 1 li. Chapter 357. This kid has it easy. Knowing how frightening Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone was, Gold Rock cut off the thoughts in his heart. He had never heard of an astral-reaching expert entering and coming out. Once trapped inside, even Sea of Soul realm experts wouldn't be able to save him. Perhaps a life and death king might have the ability, but who could invite a life and death king to save him? From now on, he might never see this person again. Shen Tujue, who had stopped at the edge of the fog, seemed to be unwilling. He placed his right hand before his chest and pushed out. This palm didn't have any offensive power. As the palm energy spread out, a fierce palm wind radiated out, blowing away the fog of several li. The fog in the surroundings seemed to have come to life, scrambling to fill the empty space swept away by the palm wind. After a few blinks of an eye, the fog became even denser, without the slightest gap. The fog contained a strange substance, making the transmission of mental power extremely difficult. Damn it! My blood evil stone! Shen Tujue gnashed his teeth. The blood evil stone had been taken away by Yi Chen and was now completely cut off from him. Relying on the 3 ordinary blood evil stones in his hands, his chances of condensing a martial spirit didn't exceed 20%. He didn't know when he would be able to obtain another one. Rumble! The lake water caved in under Shen Tujue's attack, looking like an overturned cauldron. Pei Yudao didn't say anything and flew back the way he came. Rather than wasting time here, he might as well try his luck in the blood demon battlefield. Who knew? He might be able to kill 1 or 2 of the remaining blood evil beasts. Seeing Shen Tujue's flustered and exasperated appearance, Gold Rock's heart calmed down a lot. He comforted himself. Even if I capture that kid, my chances of obtaining the blood evil stone won't exceed 30%. If Shen Tujue obtains it, the number 1 astral-reaching expert in South Rudra region would be without a doubt. Hee, Shen Tujue, I'll take my leave first. Laughing heartily, Gold Rock turned around and left. Humph! Although I didn't obtain the blood evil stone, I still dealt with a peak genius who could threaten floating mountain sect. Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone isn't as simple as not being able to leave. Just wait for your death inside. Furiously looking at the fog, Shen Tujue thought bitterly. Swish! Shen Tujue chased after Pei Yudao and Gold Rock. He couldn't see the stars, the scenery around him, or even the lake water. Yi Chen seemed to have entered another world, isolated from the outside world. Fortunately, only 10% of my soul power is restricted, while 90% of my mental power is restricted. The biggest difference between Yi Chen and astral-reaching realm warriors was that not only could he use his powerful soul power, he could also use his mental power. And the soul power was the source of the mental power. There were not many things that could restrict it, not even that strange fog. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Chen fell headfirst into the ice-cold lake. When Shen Tujue and the other 2 returned to the blood demon battlefield, it was already the morning of the next day. There were more and more astral-reaching realm warriors at the edge of the burial mound, no less than hundreds of them. With the white robe blade artist there, No one was afraid of the blood-evil beasts rushing out to kill them all, since no matter how powerful they were, they would not be able to kill an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior and hundreds of astral-reaching realm warriors who were not weak at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, 3 streaks of light streaked across the sky and flew over. They're here. I wonder if Yichen was killed. He's probably dead. With 3 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors joining hands, no one under Sea of Soul Realm would be able to escape. Don't forget that Shen Tujue and Pei Yudao are the top existences among extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. Their individual strength surpasses Yichen's. What a pity! It's been many years since such a stunning genius has appeared in South Rudra region. Everyone discussed spiritedly, their faces revealing expressions of pity. Seeing the 3 return, the white-robed blade artist creased his brows. Emotionally, he didn't wish for Yichen to die. Rationally, Yichen had indeed died 9 times out of 10. He had a bit of friendship with Pei Yudao, so he asked, "Pei Yudao, what's the situation?" Pei Yudao said indifferently, "There won't be a second Yichen in this world." "Dead." Pei Yudao shook his head, then nodded, "Not dead, but it's no different from being dead." He entered the 30,000 Li Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. 30,000 Li Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. The white-robed blade artist's pupils shrank. 20 years ago, his master had also entered the Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone and had yet to return. At that time, his master was known as one of the 3 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors of South Rudra region, and his strength could only be higher than his. Hearing the conversation between the white-robed blade artist and Pei Yudao, everyone turned silent. Indeed, entering the Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone was no different from death. There had never been an astral-reaching realm warrior who had walked out of it. There was once a Sea of Soul realm warrior who wanted to explore the mysteries of the Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. In the end, he was trapped inside for 3 years, never daring to enter again. Yichen entered the Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. A strange glint flickered in Murong Qingqing's eyes as she recalled her encounter with Yichen. The first time they met, he wasn't that outstanding, but rather ordinary. The second time, his strength had made great progress, saving her and Qi Xiaofeng's lives at the critical moment. The third time they met, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, seizing the first rank of the Hidden Dragon list from Xikong Sheng's hands, shocking everyone. The fourth time they met, Yichen found it hard to find an opponent among astral-reaching experts. He suppressed White Bone Ghost General with his own strength, and fought evenly with Floating Mountain Sect's great elder Shen Tujue. Afterward, he even had the guts to snatch the blood-evil stone from the hands of 4 extreme astral-reaching experts. Such boldness and methods could only be described as shocking. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that although many people hadn't seen Yichen in person, his fame was resounding. His fame was unparalleled among the younger generation of South Rudra region. Even the older generation astral-reaching experts weren't as famous as him. Some people even compared Yichen to the peak geniuses of other regions, believing that he would be a peak genius no matter where he went and couldn't be ignored. Even Xikong Sheng hadn't received such an evaluation. "I believe you can walk out of the Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone," Murong Qingqing inwardly said. Mo Yen stared blankly for a moment, then his face revealed an obscure happiness. He was very clear about the terror of the Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. Yichen truly wouldn't be able to come out this time. For a moment, he felt incomparably carefree. At the same time, Li Daoxian, Yan Qihua, and Bingling all had different expressions. Wang Pao, get lost. With nowhere to vent the evil flames in his heart, Shen Tujue's gaze fell on the white-robed blade artist as he said, sinisterly, The white-robed blade, artist sneered. I've long wanted to see your strength. Bring it on. Boasting shamelessly, the two no longer spoke and started fighting. Splash! Waves rose on the ice-cold lake, and an unconscious figure was tossed up and down. The surroundings were covered in a thick, dusky fog. One couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. After an unknown period of time, Yichen woke up from his coma. Where is this? Without any strength left in his body, Yichen spat out the lake water in his mouth with great difficulty, his eyes vacant. After a long time, he gave up on exploring. No matter how powerful his soul power was, it could only scan a radius of a few dozen li. Moreover, this fog seemed to be endless, without any boundaries. Turning his attention from the surroundings to his own body, Yichen smiled bitterly. The situation was not looking good. 50% of his meridians had been damaged, and the undamaged meridians were blocked. Zhen Yuan couldn't pass through, causing the Zhen Yuan core in his dantian to be dim and almost dried up. To make matters worse, Yi Chen's internal and external injuries were quite severe, causing his physical strength to drop to a critical level. After being soaked in the ice-cold lake water for several days, some of his flesh had started to rot. The only good news was that there was still a green lotus sword chi left in his dantian, which was probably his only life-saving measure. Let's heal the injuries first. If an ordinary person encountered this kind of situation, they would be dead for sure. Fortunately, Yichen had the sky demon flower in his storage ring, which could heal this kind of injury without a problem. A trace of Zhen Yuan flowed out of the dim Zhen Yuan core, flowing out through an intact meridian and finally into the storage ring. Buzz! A piece of sky demon flower appeared in Yi Chen's palm. Unable to directly swallow the sky demon flower to heal his injuries, Yi Chen could only use his remaining Zhen Yuan to absorb the medicinal power and merge it into his left arm. The lack of Zhen Yuan led to the absorption of the medicinal power being very little. In the past, with sufficient Zhen Yuan, he could completely recover in an hour. But now, after 5 days, he had only recovered 30%. Finally, I can move. The sky demon flower had not only recovered 30% of his injuries, it had also greatly increased Yi Chen's physical strength. With this powerful body, ordinary clasping Yuan, realm martial artists might not be Yi Chen's opponent. Moving freely on the lake water was not too difficult. Without Zhen Yuan, he couldn't fly. Yi Chen picked a direction and swam forward with both his hands and feet. 1 day, 2 days. After a week, Yi Chen finally found a small island. Climbing onto the island, Yi Chen looked around. This island was only several hundred meters in circumference. It couldn't be any smaller and could be submerged by the lake water at any time. On the island, there were some strange plants and tall rocks. Between the rocks, there were some small spatial cracks. Lighting a fire and roasting fish Yi Chen hadn't eaten for many days. Near the bonfire, Yi Chen's face was illuminated by the flames, flickering between light and dark. If I'm not wrong, this should be a forbidden area of Star Regional Lake, Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone, known as the place of no return for astral reaching experts. Although I have soul power, it will be extremely difficult for me to leave. Moreover, with my strength, I can't guarantee my own safety. I can't act on my own. Losing Zhen Yuan had a huge impact on Yi Chen. He had no choice but to think twice. After eating some roasted fish, Yi Chen didn't continue using the sky demon flower to heal his injuries. It was not that he didn't want to, but the last trace of Zhen Yuan in his body had already been used up. He simply couldn't absorb the sky demon flower's medicinal power. As for taking the sky demon flower, he didn't think about it. It was not yet a matter of life and death, so there was no need to risk his life. Unable to heal, unable to recover Zhen Yuan. I can only refine my will. He swallowed a meridian-mending, wondrous spirit pill. Without Zhen Yuan, the pellet's refining speed was horrifyingly slow, and its effect wasn't very good either. Yichen didn't expect the wondrous spirit pill to mend his meridians. He only hoped that it could mend a part of it and provide the simplest Zhen Yuan circulation route. After doing all this, Yichen took out a blood-red stone from his bosom. Taking a deep breath, he activated his sword intent, filling it with the stone. Chapter 358. The blood-red stone was precisely the blood evil stone. As soon as it came in contact with the sword intent, it immediately underwent a transformation. A blood-red haze spread out from its surface, shrouding Yichen within. Kill! A large amount of evil qi appeared out of nowhere and battered Yichen's sea of soul, raising huge waves. Soon after, a grotesquely shaped demon head was condensed. These demon heads didn't have real bodies and were illusory and misty. They would occasionally let out ghostly wails and wolf howls, their voices soaring into the sky. Suppress for me. The misty longsword floating above the sea of soul blossomed with layers of halos. The demons condensed from evil qi were swept away by the halos, vanishing like smoke. Following the disappearance of the demons, strands of silver mist gradually pervaded the sea of soul, no different from the mist surrounding the longsword. Silver mist, if Yichen's guess was correct, this silver mist was an illusory will. Will was formless, relying on the soul. The stronger the soul, the stronger the will. However, having a mountain of treasures without a method to obtain them was not enough. Blood evil stones could refine even more wills to a certain extent. My soul power is several times that of ordinary people, and the potential of my will should also be several times that of ordinary people. I wonder if 4 blood evil stones are enough. Adding the blood evil stones from the half-beast blood evil beast, Yichen had a total of 4 blood evil stones. The first one was obtained from killing the blood evil beast himself, and the second and third ones were obtained from Whitebone Ghost General's storage ring, while Shintujue, and the other 3 were surrounding the half-beast blood evil beast. The evil qi contained in the 4th blood evil stone was equivalent to the sum of the previous 3 blood evil stones. Moreover, the purity of the evil qi was far higher than normal blood evil stones. 1 blood evil stone was equivalent to 5 or 6 blood evil stones. Therefore, although Yichen only had 4 blood evil stones, he could use them as 8 normal ones. 3 days passed in a flash. The first blood evil stone had dimmed, its evil qi disappearing. Originally, there was only a trace of silver mist around the misty longsword. But now, the silver mist was 10 times more than before, as if a layer of fine muslin had been laid down. Transforming will into sword intent and fusing it with the misty longsword is a long process. Right now, laying a good foundation is not a bad thing. With enough will, I won't have to worry about insufficient reserves when comprehending sword intent in the future. Taking out the second blood evil stone, Yichen continued to absorb the evil energy within it. During the process of refining his will, Yichen realized that the stronger his will was, the faster he could absorb the evil aura. It took him 3 days to use up the first blood evil stone, 2.5 days for the second one, and 2 days for the third one. The silver mist in his soul sea had turned from a thin layer of silk to a thin mist. The total amount was 30 times more than before, but until now, there was no sign of it being full. It seemed like his will and soul power were equal, and the quantity of his will had not exceeded the limit of his soul power. In the past, my soul power was powerful. Its direct effect was a wide range of search, and its indirect effect was my high comprehension, which allowed me to learn things quickly. But now, my soul power has shown a new function, and that is my powerful willpower. Willpower is basically the means of C of soul realm. My soul and willpower potential has undoubtedly surpassed C of soul realm experts. All I need to do is to excavate more. Without much hesitation, Yichen took out the fourth blood evil stone. This blood evil stone came from the body of a half-beast blood evil beast. Its color was bright red, as if it was dripping blood. Strands of extremely pure evil aura pervaded the air, dyeing the void red. In terms of quantity and quality, it surpasses ordinary blood evil stones. With a thought, Yi Chun urged his sword intent toward the blood evil stone. Buzz! A huge amount of evil aura gushed out, causing faint ripples. As the evil aura entered his brain, Yi Chen's mind gradually became dizzy, and a bloodthirsty impulse filled his heart. Not good. The purity of this evil aura is too high, and its might far surpasses ordinary evil aura. Yi Chen promptly bit his tongue and urged the misty longsword to suppress the evil aura. The misty longsword was an amalgamation of sword intent. As soon as it was activated, a frightening halo of sword intent spread out, clashing with the extremely pure evil aura. Pitter-patter! The evil aura shattered into pieces, and the halo of sword intent also dimmed. However, Yi Chen's sword intent was not an ordinary sword intent, but one that contained an immortal nature. No matter how strong the evil aura was, the sword intent never showed any signs of dissipating, wearing down the evil aura. Time flowed like water, passing in the blink of an eye. When Yi Chen opened his eyes, 6 days had already passed. The misty longsword doesn't contain much sword intent. After all, the sword intent has just reached completion. Only its might surpasses the perfect sword intent, not to mention the level above the perfect sword intent. Without considering the immortal nature, Yi Chen knew that he was still lacking a bit. The sword intent at completion was the perfect sword intent, and the perfect sword intent was at the same level as Shen Tujue. Of course, Shen Tujue walked the path of a warrior, while Yi Chen walked the path of a swordsman. Their wills were very different, but their realms were the same. Huff! Letting out a mouthful of groundless killing aura, Yi Chen slowly stood up. After absorbing the evil aura from the fourth blood evil stone, the total amount of his will had increased by 90 times, 10 times more than what he had expected. This 90 times increase allowed Yi Chen's future path to be incomparably wide, giving him an absolute advantage. More importantly, even with so much will, it still did not exceed the capacity of his soul. The strength of my will has allowed my mind to become much clearer, and the misty longsword is also receiving nourishment. Unfortunately, the sword intent is not perfect, and the efficiency of the misty longsword in absorbing will is very low. I need to accumulate enough foundation to push my sword intent to the perfect realm. The realm could not be ignored. Without the realm, everything would be done with twice the effort for half the result. Once the realm was reached, it would be twice the result with half the effort. This was the gap, and a part of the meridians has already been repaired. Suddenly, Yi Chun felt the Zhen Yuan core in his dantian, recovering a trace of vitality. The natural Yuan qi flowed along the intact meridians and was refined into a small amount of Zhen Yuan. As long as I have Zhen Yuan, it's fine. Without it, the recovery speed is too slow. As the days passed, Yi Chen's injuries were recovering bit by bit. He had to admit that the heavenly demonic flowers effect was too powerful. As long as he had Zhen Yuan to absorb its medicinal power, all the injuries on his body could be healed. It had an all-round effect. Unfortunately, compared to other injuries, the meridians were the hardest to recover. After all, they were an important part of the circulation route for Zhen Yuan. Therefore, even though most of the injuries on his body had recovered, his damaged meridians had only recovered by less than 40%. This directly caused his Zhen Yuan to be sparse, and the output of his Zhenyuan had also decreased. Shoving a 7-star pill into his mouth, Yichen continued to meditate. Rumble! After an unknown period of time, a splash of water splashed onto Yichen's face. Opening his eyes, Yichen noticed that the outside of the spatial crack had been filled with lake water. Wave after wave crashed onto the rocks. The island is about to drown. Frowning slightly, Yichen smiled bitterly. Right now, he had to find a suitable place to treat his injuries. He did not want to soak in the lake water all day. Standing up, Yichen walked out of the spatial crack and jumped onto a tall rock. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding fog was boundless, and the resolution was extremely low, pushing his eyesight to its limit. He could only see things within 10 meters. Rumble! A huge wave, dozens of meters high, split the fog in two. Yichen neither retreated nor dodged. With one punch, he scattered the huge wave, which would be a nightmare for ordinary people. Although his battle power had dropped a lot, which was equivalent to a beginner astral reaching expert, the natural wind and waves posed almost no threat to him. Spreading out his soul power, Yichen followed his intuition and chose a path with smaller waves. In order to save Zhenyuan, Yichen did not fly in the sky. Instead, he gathered strands of Zhenyuan in his feet and ran on the surface of the lake. The lake was boundless, and there seemed to be no end to it. A human figure shuttled through the fog, appearing and disappearing from time to time. What a chaotic gravitational field. It's clearly not a straight line. The gravitational field of Bewilderment Fog, Forbidden Zone, was extremely chaotic. Sometimes it was big, sometimes it was small, sometimes it was twisted, and sometimes it was straight up or down. Previously, there was a slight difference, but in the end, there was a deviation of hundreds of li. If his guess was right, this was the frightening part of Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. Standing on top of the turbulent lake, Yichen took out a large water bottle from his storage ring. The scale of the bottle pointed at the number 7. The second 7 days have passed. I wonder where I am in Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. As time passed, Yichen thoroughly felt the terror of Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. Once he entered, he lost all sense of direction. As time passed, his willpower began to weaken, and his mood became fidgety. Walala! In his soul power perception, there was a sound of water breaking 20 li to his left. There is a large object sailing. Raising his brows, Yichen followed the sound by treading on the lake water. Soon, Yichen arrived at his destination. The fog here was much thinner than other places. It was just a thin layer, and one could see hundreds of meters away. In Yichen's sight, a 10-meter-long, several-meter-wide ship was anchored there. A lot of people jumped into the water, and a lot of people jumped out carrying large and small demonic beasts in their hands. This water region is indeed rich with demonic beasts. There is even a rank 4 demonic beast. On the deck, an old man smoking a pipe revealed a faint smile. "Grandpa, how about we stay here for a while and go back after collecting a large amount of demonic beast pellets?" Next to the old man stood a young woman in a green dress. She was not extremely beautiful, but she was small and cute with a well-proportioned body. The old man shook his head. "No, if we stay too long, we might not be able to go back. The gravitational field of Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone is constantly changing. After a certain time, the light ball will also lose its effect." The woman sighed. "You are right, but every time we enter or exit the city, we have to pay a rank 3 demonic beast pellet. The rest is not enough for us." Raising her head in a depressed mood, the woman suddenly noticed a human figure 100 meters away. "Grandpa, there is someone over there." "Someone?" The old man followed the woman's line of sight. Chapter 359. Yichen saw that the grandpa and grandpa had noticed him, so he did not try to hide anymore. He walked out of the mist directly, cupped his hands, and said from afar, "You two, I have just entered the Forbidden Zone, so I do not know much about this place. I wonder if I could hitch a ride with you? Take me to a place where I can rest." The Forbidden Zone was way too strange. Without a guide, Yichen would not be able to find a place to rest. The young woman saw that Yichen was very young and that his aura was pure and vast with a hint of sharpness. He did not look like an evil person at all. She said to the elder in a low voice, "Grandpa, should we take him with us? We can ask him to pay for the boat. People who have just entered the Forbidden Zone are all rich." The elder nodded slightly, then said to Yichen, "You can board, but you will have to pay 3,000 low-rank soul stones for the ride. What do you think?" Yichen's cultivation was a bit strange in his eyes. He should be called a clasping yuan realm warrior. His Zhen Qi was way too pure. It seemed impossible to call him an astral-reaching realm warrior, since the Zhen Yuan of an astral-reaching realm warrior was extremely powerful. The aura on Yichen's body was not even comparable to it, unless he had hidden his aura. Of course, he did not know that Yichen's meridians were damaged, and his Zhen Yuan was not even at 5% of its usual level. Plus, it was very complicated, and not as pure as usual. But no matter what, Yichen was a clasping yuan realm warrior without a doubt, so he should be able to afford 3,000 low-rank soul stones. All right, Yichen agreed right away. 3,000 low-rank soul stones were nothing compared to his entire wealth. "Let's go." The young woman waved her hand. After getting on the boat, Yichen realized that the deck was covered with dead beasts, and their pellets had already been taken out. Most of them were rank 3 beasts, and there were not many rank 4 beasts. There was even a rank 5 beast among them. Although he did not know why these people were hunting those beasts, since the pellets of rank 3 and 4 beasts were not that valuable, he did not want to ask too much. He took out 3 small boxes from his storage ring, each of which contained 1,000 low-rank soul stones. He handed them over to the elder. "Here are 3,000 low-rank soul stones. You can count them." After opening the boxes, the old man nodded and put them away. He said, "We'll have to wait for a while before we set sail. Please wait for a while." Sure, Yichen was not in a hurry and stood aside. Besides the elderly man and the young woman who were clasping yuan realm warriors, there were also 2 clasping yuan realm warriors among the dozens of warriors who were hunting beasts in the lake. They were the son and grandson of the elderly man. The rest of them were all at the condensing reality realm, which was equivalent to the inner disciples of a normal martial institution. "Did you really come from outside?" At this time, the young woman walked towards Yichen and asked. Yichen said, "Yes." "Is the outside world fun? I've never gone out before." The woman said enviously. "You grew up in the Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone?" Yichen was surprised. "Yeah, after my great-grandfather fell into the Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone, he never came out. He then got married and had kids, and built my family." Hearing the young woman, Yichen felt a bit sorry for her. He did not know how big the Bewilderment Fog Island was, but no matter how big it was, there should be a limit. Staying on the island for a lifetime without seeing the outside world was undoubtedly a kind of torture. Of course, she had grown up on the island, so she was very unfamiliar with the outside world. Perhaps she did not have high expectations for the outside world, but it was a blessing in disguise. Not wanting the young woman to have high expectations for the outside world, Yichen shook his head and said that the outside world was very dangerous and that he had been chased here. "You're lying. Last time, someone said that the outside world was very big and boundless, with a lot of fun places. As for revenge and whatnot, the Bewilderment Fog Island has them too." The young woman said angrily, Yichen forced a smile and touched his nose. Oh, right. What are you hunting low-rank beasts for? These rank 3 and 4 beast pellets do not seem to be worth much, right? Yichen could not help but ask. The young woman glared at Yi Chun and explained the natural yuan qi in the Forbidden Zone is very thin, and the supply is not enough to meet the demand. Pellets and spirit stones are also very rare, and the more we use, the less we have. Therefore, we hunt the beasts and extract the yuan qi from the pellets for our own training. After a long time, the number of high-rank beasts around the island has decreased drastically. So, we have to settle for the next best thing, which is to hunt beasts below rank 5. I see. Yichen suddenly understood. The natural yuan qi in the Forbidden Zone was indeed very thin, not even 30% of the outside world. In this kind of environment, it would be strange if one could train fast. At the front of the ship, the elder took out a head-sized light ball from his storage ring. The light ball shone with an orange light, then gradually dimmed down. The sensory ball is about to lose connection with the sensory tower. Everyone come up now. Wrapped in Zhen Qi, the elder's voice spread out into the water. Soon, human figures jumped out of the water and onto the deck. Some of them were carrying beasts on their shoulders and were covered in blood. Father, what is wrong with this brat? The one who spoke was the elder's son. He was in his 40s with a muscular body and a full beard. Before, he had been busy hunting beasts, so he did not have time to pay attention to Yi Chun. Now that he had the time, he finally asked. The elder said, he came from the outside and has already paid 3,000 low-rank spirit stones. From the outside, should we? The middle-aged man pressed his right hand down. The elder shook his head. No, he is not simple. I do not have the confidence to take him on. Be careful, or I might get killed instead. It is better to be careful. You do not have the confidence to take him on? The middle-aged man froze for a second. The elder was at the peak level of late, clasping yuan realm. If even he did not have the confidence to take him on, then it would be pointless for him to go up. All right, do a head count and get ready to set sail. The elder started to speak. Grandpa, everyone is here. The young man who was in charge of the head count nodded at the elder. Yeah, let's go. The boat turned around and sailed into the fog ocean far away. Through the conversation with the young woman, Yichen found out that she was called Zhao Yushuang, and the elder was called Zhao Heng. The light ball in Zhao Heng's hand was a mysterious sensor ball. The gravity of the Forbidden Zone was chaotic, and the fog ocean was endless. Therefore, the items used to tell directions were completely ineffective. Nobody knew when, but in the center of the Forbidden Zone, there was a sensor tower built on the island. This sensor tower was similar to a lighthouse. As long as one carried a sensor ball, they would be able to sense the location of the tower within 1,000 miles. But there was a time limit. The longer the time, the weaker the connection between the sensor ball and the tower would be, until the connection was completely lost. For most of the people on the island, not being able to return to the island was a very scary thing. As the boat sailed, the fog around them started to dissipate, until it disappeared completely. From afar, Yichen saw a huge island. The whole island had a radius of hundreds of miles, like an upside-down pot covering the lake water. The highest point was more than 10,000 meters high, and the edge was connected to the lake water. Many boats of different sizes were docked on the dock. There were many buildings on the island, similar to the structure of the Snake Island. The island was divided into 9 levels from the bottom to the top. The outermost level was at the bottom, while the 9th level was at the top of the island. A huge sensor tower stood on top of the tower, and on top of the tower was a light ball that looked like a small sun. We have arrived at the island. The elder named Zhao Heng let out a breath. Every time he went out, he would be worried, afraid that he would not be able to come back. Fortunately, everything had been smooth sailing. Grandpa, what about him? He doesn't have an identity tag. Zhao Yushuang suddenly asked Zhao Heng. Hearing her, Zhao Heng seemed to have thought of something and said to Yi Chen, "This is your first time here, so you probably don't understand the rules here. Let me use this chance to tell you a bit, in case you lose your life." Rules? Yi Chen looked at the huge bewilderment fog island and understood. For such a huge island, there must be some rules. Otherwise, it would have been messed up already. There are 3 island leaders, 19 grand elders, and 98 elders. The elders' power is equivalent to the top astral-reaching realm warriors, while the grand elders are extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. As for the island leaders, they are invincible among the astral-reaching realm warriors, and they can easily kill the top astral-reaching realm warriors. The whole island is under their rule. Therefore, the rules are set by them. Listen carefully. Zhao Heng cleared his throat and continued, "Everyone on Bewilderment Fog Island has their own identity token. The identity token is the metal token in my hand. There is a number on it." Zhao Heng took out a palm-sized metal token with a string of numbers written on it. For example, early clasping yuan realm martial artists would have to pay 10,000 low-rank soul stones. Mid-clasping yuan realm martial artists would have to pay 20,000 low-rank soul stones. Late clasping yuan realm martial artists would have to pay 30,000 low-rank soul stones. Early astral reaching realm martial artists would have to pay 3,000 mid-rank soul stones. Mid-astral reaching realm martial artists would have to pay 9,000 mid-rank soul stones. And late astral reaching realm martial artists would have to pay 27,000 mid-rank soul stones, which can be exchanged with low-rank soul stones. The exchange rate is 1 to 40. If you do not have enough soul stones, you will have to join the forces of the Bewilderment Fog Island and work for them. There is no other option. Zhao Yushuang said, "Do not be reckless. In the past, there were powerful astral-reaching realm warriors who came to the island and did not care about the rules. In the end, they were killed by the 2 masters on the spot, and their bodies were hung on the city gate for 3 days and 3 nights. I got it. Hearing Zhao Heng's words, Yi Chen had a basic understanding of the island's forces. Without exaggeration, if the island were a martial institution, it would be the most powerful rank 7 martial institution, since the rank 6 martial institutions would only have 1 extreme astral-reaching realm warrior. However, there were 19 of them, especially the 3 leaders who were all invincible among the astral-reaching realm warriors. They were probably not far from the Sea of Souls realm. Of course, there were no Sea of Souls realm warriors on the island, so they could not compete with the rank 6 martial institutions. You have understood everything I have said." Zhao Heng could not see through Yi Chen and was afraid that Yi Chen would cause trouble. If it were not for the fact that he liked him, he would not even bother to remind him. "Yeah, thank you for telling me." Yi Chen was indeed grateful. Right now, his battling power was equivalent to a beginner astral-reaching realm warrior. Not to mention the masters, he would not be able to handle any astral-reaching realm warrior. If he were at his peak, he would not have to worry too much, since he believed that the power of the island would not want to humiliate an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior either. Otherwise, there would not be 19 top masters. As long as you understand. Let's go. Zhao Heng let out a breath. He could tell that Yi Chen had a calm temperament and was not an impulsive person. So, he only said those words to remind him. Chapter 360. Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone had existed for countless years, and no astral-reaching expert under the Sea of Soul realm had ever walked out of it. As time went by, the people who fell into the Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone would no longer have any thoughts of leaving. Generation after generation, the population of Bewilderment Fog Island had long since surpassed 10 million. It was like a human colony isolated from the outside world. On the dock outside the island, hundreds of thousands of ships were docked. These ships were only a dozen meters long, while the big ones were more than 1,000 meters long. The biggest ship was like a moving mansion. The guards on both sides of the ship were all at least mid-clasping Yuan realm. There were also dozens of astral-reaching experts. In the middle of the ship was a small sensing tower. The sensing ball on the top of the tower flickered like a star. Zhao Yushuang said, quietly, "This is the ship of the elder group. I heard that many of the elders are approaching the end of their lifespan and are frantically searching for elixirs that can increase their lifespan." Elixirs that can increase lifespan? Yi Chen was astonished. He wasn't surprised that so many elders were approaching the end of their lifespan. No matter how powerful an astral-reaching expert was, he could only live for 200 years, not even a day more. Once 200 years old, no matter how powerful one was, one would still turn to dust. However, he had never heard of elixirs that could increase lifespan. It should be known that the lifespan of an ordinary person was limited. For example, although ordinary people could live for more than 100 years, some died early while others died late. Because of the difference in physical quality, those elixirs that could be bought could only increase their physical quality and allow them to live a bit longer. It wouldn't exceed the limit of ordinary people's lifespan. On the other hand, as long as astral-reaching experts didn't encounter any accidents, they could almost live for 200 years. Their physical quality was absolutely not an issue. Elixirs that could increase their lifespan were the real deal. Even a day more would be heaven-defying. And the legend of the reversed 9-turn spirit grass has always been passed down in the bewilderment fog forbidden zone. This kind of spirit grass can increase one's lifespan by 9 years, and it also has the effect of strengthening the soul. Therefore, the experts from the outside frequently come here, all for the sake of finding the reversed 9-turn spirit grass. Hearing her, Yi Chen finally understood how so many peak astral-reaching experts and extreme astral-reaching experts came here. Of course, there were some who had mistakenly entered the forbidden zone, but the majority should have come for the herb. Unfortunately, they were all trapped inside. There was a slight tremor as the boat reached the shore. After getting off the boat, everyone walked towards one of the city gates. 1 level 3 demonic beast core, or 1 low-grade spirit stone per person. Do not sneak in, or you will be killed without mercy. There were a lot of bewilderment fog island martial artists outside the city gate. The leader was a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist who was holding a silver long blade. His sharp eyes scanned through the people entering the city. The line moved forward quickly, and it was Zhao Heng's turn. We have 48 people. Here are 48 level 3 demonic beast cores. Zhao Heng handed over a leather bag filled with level 3 demonic beast cores. The cultivator in charge of counting the inner cores opened the leather bag and counted them carefully. Then he said in a clear voice, "Let them pass." Before entering the city, Zhao Yushuang looked back at Yi Chen. "Where's your identity token?" A bewildering fog island martial artist asked. Yi Chen said, "This is my first time coming to Bewilderment Fog Island, so I don't have an identity token. First time here at Bewilderment Fog Island." The person who asked the question was not surprised at all. He said to the leading late clasping Yuan realm warrior, "Captain, this is his first time here." "Got it. Let me see what cultivation he has." That late clasping Yuan realm martial artist walked over with a silver long blade in his hand. After a careful glance, he frowned. "Late clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Seems like more than that. Astral reaching realm. Doesn't seem like it either. What cultivation are you at exactly?" he asked. Yi Chen had already thought about this before. So he said without hesitation, early astral reaching realm. Astral reaching realm martial artist. Good. Follow me to the steward's hall. We'll get an identity token there. The steward's hall was located in the empty space between the first and second floor, which was very eye-catching. Entering inside, the man asked Yi-Chen to wait for a while before stepping into the hall. Soon he walked out and said to Yi-Chen, "Go in. Take care." After saying this, he turned around and left. Yi-Chen took a deep breath and walked into the hall. There was only one person in the hall who was sitting on the main seat. He seemed to be in his 50s, with a skinny body and a horse-like face. His eyes shone with a vicious light. Judging from the Zhenyuan ripple on his body, he was a late astral-reaching realm martial artist. You are at early astral-reaching realm. Don't lie to me. His eyes squinted as a dangerous aura spread out from his body. Yi-Chen didn't change his expression. I am indeed at early astral-reaching realm. His current Zhenyuan ripple was not even at early astral-reaching realm, so there was not a single flaw in his words. Plus, he purposely hid his cultivation because he didn't want to cause too much trouble. For people who came to the island for the first time, the higher their cultivation, the more spirit stones they would have to pay. If he said that he was at mid-astral reaching realm, who knew if there would be other fees besides 9,000 mid-rank spirit stones? After all, mid-astral reaching realm martial artists were usually very rich, and early astral reaching realm martial artists might have just reached the realm, so they wouldn't be that rich. The middle-aged man wanted to see something from Yi-Chen's body, but unfortunately, besides seeing that he was wounded, he couldn't find anything else. How dare you lie to me? You are obviously at mid-astral reaching realm. The middle-aged man slapped on the armrest and yelled. Yi-Chen lowered his head as a cold light flashed through his eyes. He bowed and said, "Sir, you must be joking. My aura right now is not even at early astral reaching realm. How could I be at mid-astral reaching realm? Why don't I wait for my wounds to recover before coming for the examination? Of course, I will pay 3,000 mid-rank spirit stones first." I have a lot of things to do every day. I don't have time to waste on you. How about this? I don't care if you are at mid-astral reaching realm or early astral reaching realm. Your fee will be half of what an early astral reaching realm warrior would be. How about 4,500 mid-rank spirit stones? The middle-aged man actually didn't think that Yi-Chen was at mid-astral reaching realm. He only wanted to trick Yi-Chen into paying more spirit stones. The extra 1,500 mid-rank spirit stones would be an extra income. It should be known that the spirit stones in the Forbidden Zone were extremely scarce, and the supply could never meet the demand. Those astral-reaching realm warriors who came to the island for the first time were undoubtedly fat sheep in their eyes. Of course, he wouldn't dare to take all of the extra spirit stones for himself. At most, 20% would be his, since he still had people above him. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so brazen. 4,500 mid-rank spirit stones. Yi-Chen secretly cursed the man for being too greedy. Of course, he wouldn't agree right away. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how much he would have to pay. Isn't the rule of Bewilderment Fog Island that early astral reaching realm warriors have to pay 3,000 mid-rank spirit stones? Why do I have to pay an extra 1,500? Rules are made by people. If I tell you to pay, then pay. What's with all this nonsense? If you don't pay, your dead body will be hanging on the wall tomorrow. Taking a deep breath, Yi-Chen said slowly, "All right, I'll pay." "Very good. You made the right choice this time." The middle-aged man crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking down at Yi-Chen. Taking out 4 boxes with 1,000 mid-rank spirit stones and a pile of 500 mid-rank spirit stones, Yi-Chen placed them on the ground. I wonder if you can make an identity tag for me now. What's the rush? I have plenty of tags. The middle-aged man waved his hand, sucking in the boxes and 500 mid-rank spirit stones. Counting the spirit stones, the man nodded. Yeah, for 1,500 mid-rank spirit stones. Seems like you're quite rich. Yi Chen cursed inwardly. This man's greed could no longer be described as insatiable. He was clearly a blood-sucking bug that would not let go until he had sucked you dry. Sir, you must be joking. After paying 4,500 mid-rank spirit stones, the remaining mid-rank spirit stones would not even be enough for me to train for a month. Oh yeah? Do you want me to check your storage ring? The middle-aged man chuckled. Isn't this a little too much? A killing intent leaked out of Yi Chen's heart. In fact, if he wanted to kill the man, he would only need 1 green lotus sword chi. Although his Junyuan had only recovered by 5%, there were 9 green lotus sword chi in his dantian, which had all been cultivated. With the power of the green lotus sword chi combined with the sword intent, not to mention the middle-aged man, even a top astral-reaching realm warrior would not be his opponent. Too much? Haven't you seen what's worse? You'll have to hand over all the spirit stones you've paid, and I won't get a single one. So, you'll have to hand over 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones to me. Otherwise, don't even think about getting the identity token. If Yi Chen was at the late astral-reaching realm, then he would only ask for 500 mid-rank soul stones at most. He would not dare to ask for more than that, since who knew if the latter would join the Bewilderment Fog Island and go against him in the future. It would not be worth it just for a few soul stones. If the latter were at the peak level of late astral reaching realm, then the man would only follow the rules and would not ask for more. After all, a peak level late astral reaching realm warrior would be more powerful than him in terms of cultivation. What was even scarier was that the former might be a top astral reaching realm warrior, if his luck was even worse, and the latter turned out to be an extreme astral reaching realm warrior, then he knew without a doubt that his outcome would be death. As for astral reaching paragons, the middle-aged man wouldn't even think about it. In all these years, apart from the 3 island masters, he had never seen an astral-reaching paragons appear on Bewilderment Fog Island. This kind of person would be roped in by the island master as soon as they arrived, and would be given the position of vice island master. Yi Chen was considering whether or not he should threaten the former, but he decided to give up on it. The green lotus sword chi was his current life-saving measure, and it would take him a few days to recover. Moreover, his current battle power was too low. If he exposed the green lotus sword chi with such a low cultivation base, it would be hard to avoid suspicion. If his cultivation base was at the late astral reaching realm, then he would threaten the latter without the slightest hesitation. After all, with his cultivation base, a higher battle power would be normal. Sorry, I can't take out 3,000 mid-rank soul stones. 1,500 at most. Yi Chen was not afraid of the latter checking his storage ring. The most important mid-rank storage ring had already been hidden in the corner of the low-rank storage ring. Without checking for a long time, it would be hard to find.